Hello, friends! Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Welcome to Fun with Phil, which is what we've decided to call this thing. But if you watched earlier this week, Phil was on the show, and we created an administration API to go along with the Auth for Noobs, Auth from Scratch videos that we did a while back. Phil, would you like to introduce yourself again?
Hey, I'm Phil.
That's Phil. So what do you do?
I'm a front-end developer for a big data journey analytics company.
Cool. And you've been doing that for like 2.5 years or so?
Yep.
And now you're trying to get into backend or get more familiar with backend stuff, right?
Yeah, I'd like to be more of a full stack ninja.
There you go. Let's say hello to everyone in the chat. Hello, Jesus. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Allison. Hello, Andreas. Hello, Anton. Hello, Alka. Andreas says, I was just watching your last code kata where you had to find the LCS, with the least common subset. I don't know, of two strings. I guess I won't be able to find out if you made it, and I won't spoil it for you. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Jack Skelly. Hello, my name is Imphy. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Batches in your face. Hello, yes sir. Thanks for the follow, Mr. Blade Brown. Welcome. Andres is asking, how many viewers am I averaging on Twitch? I'd probably say like around 15 to 20. I mean, a lot of it are people that used to watch on YouTube, but now they watch on Twitch. And right now, the Twitch viewer count is like broken for the entire website. If you go to Twitch right now, everything says it has like 0 or 10 views. It's kind of broken. Oh no, Infy's connection is unstable. Alka sees 11? Yeah, so it's not working for me. I see 0. I see 0 viewers on Twitch. Good morning, Benjamin. Welcome. It says viewer count is back. Let me refresh this page then. Refresh. Oh, okay. There we go. Thank you, Alka. Good morning, Benjamin. Fill some time. Hey, yo. Army, welcome to the stream. My name is Imphy is saying, I didn't watch the previous stream, so basic explanations from time to time would really be appreciated. Yeah, so we'll talk a bit about like what is this project that we're working on. And ultimately, this video can kind of be a standalone video as well, because what we're going to do is we're going to try and refactor it to be as production ready as possible. So we're going to add tests. We're going to structure it with MVC. We're going to create reusable middlewares. We're going to create model definitions. We're basically going to take an Express app that you would build after following a tutorial or something like that, and we're going to make it much more production ready. So this really could be applicable to any Express app you have out there. Hello, Zachary. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Svetlana. Happy Friday. Hello, Waleed. Welcome. Could you... do you have the apps started up?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll we'll open that in a second. Yeah, and Alka made this GIF earlier today. It's super cool. But I'll show you on like what this is all about and where the previous videos are. So if you look at my channel, there was a stream 3 days ago, and this is called Noob Quest Auth Part 6 Administration API. If you look in the description of this video, you can see the links to all of the GitHub and all of that good stuff. I'm definitely going to add those links here. And in a second, we'll show you exactly what that application does. I need to pull up the YouTube chat as well. Here. Channel, there was a stream. That was me. Pop out chat. Wait, where did it go? Oh, there it is. There it is. Thank you, Alka. Hello, Cass. Welcome to the stream. Cass says, hi, Phil. Hi, CJ.
Hey. Long time no see.
Yeah, so if you go to the Coding Garden GitHub, and there is a repo called Auth for Noobs v2. So this is all of the code that we wrote last week. And essentially, we built an administration API on top of an existing app that just had the ability for users to log in and the ability to add notes for themselves. But we essentially added some endpoints where administrators could list all users, deactivate users, update users, and basically admin the server. So do you have it running?
Yep.
Cool. So Phil can show us real quick how it all works. So we can, let's sign up for a new user.
Okay.
Let's call them Coding Garden. There we go. Password has to be a minimum of 10 characters.
Cool.
All right. And then after you've signed up, you get redirected to your notes page, and we can add a note. Note 1. Note.
Creative.
To do. Refactor.
Is there checkboxes in Markdown?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Star?
I think if you do a space between the... Yeah, so do that, and then a space between the brackets. Cool. I don't know, just add the note. It's just an example.
All right.
It's all good. And there we go. And so users can add notes. And basically the way we have this app set up is when a user logs in, they can only see their notes. So we have custom backend routes that look at the user ID of the logged in user, and we make sure that we're only letting them see their notes. They can't see anyone else's notes. So that's awesome. If you go ahead and pull up the backend code, we'll make a to-do list of all the things that we're going to work on. Cool. And Yasir says they had some questions from the previous backend on the admin seating. Please ask away, and we can attempt to answer. Happy Friday. Yasir is saying, I don't understand why you would have the admin as admin username and admin password. Anyone can log into the system and do unrelated stuff. Yes, that's absolutely possible, but one thing I can show is the way we set up the admin seed was to set the password from an environment variable. So essentially, like if you were deploying this app to your own server, when you deploy it, you would set that environment variable like the very first time you set things up. And that would essentially create the admin user with kind of like the default password. But once you've done that, as the admin, you are able to update your own password. So we have the backend routes that would allow you to do that. We haven't created the front end yet. But the way it's set up is it essentially bootstraps the system to create an admin user with a default password. But then once you're logged in, you can change, and you should change, the admin password. This is a good question. Actually, could you bring up the, I guess, the admin seed file that we created? Yeah, create admin user.
Yep.
And then can you enhance? I think Command plus will do it. There we go, and hide the file thingy. Yeah, cool. So you can see on line 16, we are... oh yeah, I have control, I forgot.
Yeah.
So basically it first looks in the database to see if there is a user without an admin role, because if that's the case, then we need to create one. Otherwise, no one will be able to administer the system. And if a user doesn't exist, we create a user with the username admin, and then we pull in the default admin password from the environment variables. But like I said, after this script is run and after that admin user logs in, they could technically change that to be something more secure. The other thing that could happen is you could actually deactivate this default admin user, and then and before you do that, create another user with an unpredictable name that has the admin role, and then you could deactivate this role, and then you wouldn't even be able to log in with that role either. Does that make sense, Phil?
Yeah.
Why are you laughing?
Just seems kind of silly.
Yeah. I mean, but it's all about, it's a bit about like, you don't want to have this admin user lying around, because then people might try to like brute force your system to try and log in. But
Yeah.
you know.
True.
Harsh Patel is saying, I read some articles and found that JWT can still be cracked as they are hashed, only not encrypted. What are your thoughts about this security risk? We can talk about that. And part of the refactor could potentially be to store the JSON web token. There we go. Store the JSON web token in a cookie instead of local storage. And so it's important to note about JSON web tokens that they are not encrypted. Like, they are just a base 64 hash of a JSON object. And the idea is you don't put any secret information in the JSON web token. You only put a user ID, a role, things that you wouldn't care if other people saw that information. You would never put passwords, you would never put access tokens inside of a JSON web token because it is only hashed, it's not encrypted. And then there is the risk of, if your site is vulnerable to cross-site scripting and you're storing that JSON web token in local storage, people could potentially steal your tokens. A way to mitigate that is to store it in an HTTP-only cookie. That has downsides. There are upsides and downsides to all of these things. But if you watch the previous video series when we went through and built this app, we had a pretty long conversation about JSON web tokens and what they are and what you should put in them and what you shouldn't. Should I encrypt the hash token itself? No, I like encrypting the token gets around the idea of JSON web tokens altogether, because with a hashed token, it can be not with a base 64 encoded token, it can be read on the front end, but you're not storing any secure information in there. Double refactor. Army says, I just saw your comment on the latest Coding Train video, saw the stream, and wanted to say hi. I guess me and my personal localhost express server will stick around. Very cool. Thanks, Army. And yes, Coding Train uploaded a new video recently called Coding in the Cabana. It's pretty awesome. You should check it out. This one.
Hello, and welcome to the pilot episode of a new series on the Coding Train. Choo choo! Don't have my train whistle called Coding in the Cabana.
And he's in a garden, which is great. He's actually in a garden. I'm not in a garden. I'm in my basement.
Cool.
Yeah, so it's pretty sweet. And I commented on there, your garden is lovely. And he responded. He was like, you should come over sometime. So yeah, it's super cool. Check out this video. And it's super fun. Like, he's literally just in his little shed, and he's doing his coding challenges like he normally does, but it's nice and peaceful, and there's good music, like nice chill music. It's pretty cool. Yeah, there it is. Question from Infi, how are user IDs structured? I think in this case, we're using Mongo. Is that the case? Yeah. So for this app that we built, we're using Mongo, and Mongo automatically creates IDs when things are inserted into a particular collection. And so we're just using the IDs that were created by Mongo. But yeah. It's not morning for me. It's almost 2 a.m. Oh man, Benjamin, you should go to bed. Yes, so thanks for the question. Yes, sir. How to run the seed command on the Heroku server. We're about to make a to-do list, but at the bottom of that to-do list is deploy the server and show how you would actually put this thing on the web. So we're gonna do that. Daniel says, "You're still streaming? I just woke up." No, this is a new stream. I went to real work all day, and we're streaming again because Phil messaged me and he was like, "I want to work on this, but I want it to be fresh." So I was like, yeah, just come over. Let's do it. Let's keep coding. Please do the JWT in a cookie. I'm struggling to make it work. Okay. Hello, Jan. Welcome. I didn't know Tom Green was coding these days. Who's Tom Green? Are you Tom Green? Do you look like Tom Green? Do people say you look like Tom Green?
Not out before today.
Not before today. Okay. Let's make a to-do list. So can you pull open, I guess we already have a to-do.markdown, right?
Yeah, I made a part
There we go.
2.
Backend admin part 2. So first thing is we are going to set up tests with, you can choose. So we can use Mocha and Chai in Supertest, or we can use Supertest and Jest. So you write tests at work in Angular, right?
Yeah, that's a flavor of mocha chai with
Jasmine. That's what I've heard before.
Yeah,
So do you want to use Mocha Chai just so it's similar, or?
I'd prefer that.
Let's do it.
but
Okay, so
I'm not bound by it.
okay, set up tests, and we'll do Mocha Chai and Supertest.
Supertest.
See if I can. I don't know how to exit full screen.
This isn't in full screen.
Well, it is on my screen. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
There we go. How did that happen? Whoop. All right. Anyways, that's my break timer. Let's take a stretch. And I can't exit it till I go here. Oh, Tom Green was that's Daniel Schiffman, Dr. Daniel Schiffman, not Tom Green. Come on. The thing is, I want to like unfull screen it so that way I can show the other stuff. Oh, regardless, let's finish this to-do list. Okay, so we're gonna set up tests. Step 1. Step 2. Well, part of setting up tests. So let's add like a sub item here. Is create a test database.
Okay.
Because when we run these tests, we don't want them to run against the data in our regular database, because we could be like dropping and adding data when we're doing our tests. So we'll have a test database which these tests will run against. So
so that'll be static and it'll never change. So
Well, it will. The idea is like every time the tests run, we can drop all of the data and potentially like reseed it to make sure that like the checks are accurate in terms of like list all things, and we can expect that the right things are going to be listed because it's a fresh database.
makes sense.
Cool. Okay, so that's for tests. After that, I think we should do the MVC folder structure. So we'll probably do folders by feature. So right now our two endpoints are notes and users. So what we'll do is we'll create a notes folder. Folder by feature, and then in your notes you can say we'll have a file for, we'll have a controller file. We'll have a model file that will hold like our validations and querying logic. We'll have a routes file. And the routes file will just have basic descriptions of the express routes. Cool. And we'll also have a test file for each inside of each folder. Cool. So we'll have a test file for notes and a test file for users. Awesome. I think that's good for MVC folder structure. And then the other thing that I wanted to do was refactor some of the routes into middlewares. Wares is W-A-R-E-S. Middlewares. Cool. And just as an example, like if we look at like the users controller. Oh, you already updated some of them into controller files?
Yeah, I guess I lied to you then.
It's okay.
I've modified
no, it's totally fine because
that was it though.
No, it's totally fine because we will restructure it slightly because right now you can see we have this top level controllers folder.
Yep.
And the thing I don't like about that is once you have like more than 5 routes, now you're like, let's go into the controllers folder to modify the controller, and then let's go over here to modify the thing, and then so I like to put them all in the same folder. By name, so it's a bit easier when you're working on it. So that's cool. So you already have basically taking those two functions for users, put them in this file. That's totally fine. At the end of the last episode, we actually did that with the first one, and it's not a stretch to see how you would do that with the other one. So we have list, and then we have update 1.
Yeah,
but
literally just copied and pasted the inner guts.
Yeah, no big deal. But this particular one, like update 1, there's lots of nested logic. It's like, if this worked, then we'll do this. Otherwise, return an error. If that worked, then we'll do this. Otherwise, return an error. And whenever you see code like this in an Express app, you can actually turn that into multiple middleware functions, where like it's basically a chain of middlewares. And if the first one is successful, it goes on to the next one. And if the next one is successful, it goes on to the next one. And it makes the code look a little bit cleaner, and we have some like nice reusable functions. So we'll do that. And then lastly, so there's a few things. I definitely want to show how to deploy this thing. So we will deploy, and as a sub note, we'll make sure to run the admin seed on deploy. And this might be a stretch. Like I don't know if we'll have time to get to it. Like I don't really want to stream for more than 2 hours or so, but storing the token in a cookie instead of local storage. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's catch up on the chat. Cool. Infi is saying, what's the difference between a cookie and local storage? Both are key value, but cookies are a pain as a developer. Who thought cookies have their own query language is a good idea. Yeah, that's not ideal about cookies because typically it's just like this long query string and you have to actually parse it when you want to update it. Yeah, it's not ideal. But cookies do allow you to set a cookie that is HTTP only, meaning JavaScript cannot access that cookie, which prevents cross-site scripting from accessing any of your secret values, which is why a lot of times you might use cookies. That said, cookies are potentially vulnerable to cross-site request forgery, where someone has some code on their website that makes a request to your backend server, and if you haven't done things right, because the cookie is stored in the browser, even though they're not on your web page, when they make that request, it actually includes the cookie. That's called cross-site request forgery. And if you don't set your cookies right, you're vulnerable to that. But cookies are nice because you can set them as secure, meaning they only work or they will only be accessible in secure contexts like HTTPS. You can set them as HTTP only, meaning JavaScript can't access them. You can set scopes or like origins on them and say that these cookies can only be accessed and should only be sent if they're sent from a given URL, like the URL of where your front end is hosted. Yeah, so the main difference is like you can do those things with cookies, whereas local storage is really just a key value store for JavaScript. It only exists for the origin that you're on. It doesn't have things like HTTP only, and it's typically for like storing more complex user data because cookies are usually sent in every single request. So the more cookies you have, the larger your requests are. But yeah. Can you explain refresh token and access token method? Let's add that to the stretch list as well. So, storing a token in the cookie, and then also refresh tokens. Yes, cool. Hello, Merritt Sean. Welcome to the stream. Chet Faker. It's 3 a.m. there. Hopefully you got some good rest. Yeah, Dan Schiffman. I've never heard him compared with being Tom Green, but yeah. Hello, Gio. Welcome to the stream. Can you turn Phil up a tiny bit? The man is soft-spoken. We definitely can.
I'll turn myself up too. Sorry.
It's okay. Let me know if that's a little bit better. Infi wants to know what editor font are you using? Are you using the same one I use?
One Dark Theme Pro.
Well, what about the font itself?
There you go. Menlo, Monaco. Courier New, Monospace. Does it go left to right?
I think it goes left to right.
Yeah.
That might be the default. I've never heard of Menlo.
It might be because I'm using this one Pro Dark theme that might be.
It might have set the font.
Yeah.
Huh. Maybe it actually might be the default. Oh,
yeah.
It might be the Atom default font.
Could be, but
I didn't update.
This is what I'm using for my entire theme. I didn't customize anything.
Okay, cool. Oh, interesting. Infi says cookies require disclosure in the EU, but local storage doesn't. Are we sure about that? I feel like it's anything in the browser that stores information about a user. I don't know. Very weird. Yasir says, how can one do passport JS with JSON web tokens? There's actually a passport JWT if you search for that, or passport bearer token. That'll help you out. It is the VS Code default font on Mac. That makes sense. All right, are you ready, Phil?
Yeah.
Let's get into it. So the first thing we're gonna do is set up tests. So we need to install some dependencies. We need Mocha, Chai, and then just real quick, let's take a look at. Actually, we'll do it in your browser. Can you open up Chrome?
Yep.
Weird.
What?
I'm seeing like a cut off version of your screen. I guess it's okay.
What if I do?
Nope.
Well, on there it's full screen.
Well, it's like the editor is on the outside edges.
Oh, yeah.
All good.
All right. What am I looking for?
Super test. Oh, now search for node super test.
Jeez.
Yeah. That's the one by Vision Media.
Cool.
Here we go. So this is a testing library for testing Express applications. So yeah, if we look at their example, like basically, let's say you have a super simple Express app like this. Let's enhance. It just has an app.get on a route and it returns some JSON. So super test basically allows you to wrap that Express application and then you mock a get to the server, and then you can expect certain things about the response. So expect that it is JSON, expect that it has a certain length, expect that there's a 200 status code. But you also have the ability to directly look at the response body. So then you can just use, is it chai, like chai's assertions, to just say like expect that body.name is Phil, that kind of thing.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so basically this is what will allow us to test our Express app. So let's install these things. If you pull up your terminal in the backend app, yes, and that's, you know what? Can we just
Make
like
it bigger.
Yeah, so it's definitely zoom in, but oh, here we go. No, oh wow.
Oh,
What?
I got hot corners. That's my top
So-
left.
Okay, I think things are better now. For whatever reason, that made the screen actually work.
Cool.
Can you make your terminal not where, like, put it above our heads? You see it? See that?
Yeah.
Perfect.
like that.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay. So make sure you're in the server folder, and then we're going to npm install Mocha, chai, supertest, all one word. Go. Sweetness. Okay, so we have those dependencies. Now let's use them. So in our app, let's create let's see. In our index, we actually do have like a hello route. Let's do this. So in the root here, we're going to create a file called index.test.js. And typically the way I like to do things, so like this varies by project, but what I like to do is I like to have the test file right next to the file that it's testing. A lot of other people will create a separate test folder and then put all of their tests in there, but I like being able to see the test right next to the thing itself.
I like that too.
Cool. So let's require in supertest. Hello, Ed. Welcome to the stream. Passport.js will not be more secure than our own thing. Under the hood, it's just using JSON Web Token, and it's basically using all the same libraries that we're doing. Did I say library? Library. When cookies are set, you can set their origin, and so if you set a cookie to a specific origin, only that origin can access it. Hey, welcome, Ed. I'm sorry you can't sleep, but hopefully this is enjoyable. Yeah, 15K subscribers very soon. Thanks for the follow, Go210. What's the best unit testing framework for people that are just starting out with unit testing? I mean, Mocha Chai isn't so bad, right?
No, not really.
I guess the nice thing about Jest, if you were to choose Jest, is that it's an all-inclusive kind of thing, because it's the test runner and it's the assertion library. So in our case, Mocha is the test runner and Chai is the assertion library. So we're using two separate things. Like technically, you could use node.assert or any other assertion library along with Mocha, whereas Jest kind of has it all built in. So when you're looking for documentation, you kind of only have to go to one place. But they're all fairly beginner friendly, I would say. JUnit and Selenium. There we go. Hello, RabbitWorks. Yes, actual pair programming. Yeah, we're doing it.
Woo.
Haven't met Phil yet. Phil, this is RabbitWorks. Hello, John. Welcome to the stream. Okay. So we brought in those dependencies. Let's get a basic thing going. So what we'll need to do in this file is we need to require in the Express app itself. And right now we can't exactly do that, because if you take a look at index.js, this file does all the stuff, but at the bottom of the file it listens. And typically what we want to do, and when you're testing this file, you actually don't want it to listen on a port, because the way supertest works is it's able to make the request to the app without actually starting it up on a port. So what we should do, and I should have thought of this first, but we're basically going to put these four lines in a separate file. And really, we should call that like index.js. So here's what we'll do. We'll rename index.js to be app.js. So
Okay.
right here, let's rename index to be app.js. And then we can also rename our test file to be app.test.js. And then create a new file called index.js. And in this file, require in our app. So like const app equals, yeah, you got it.
Is this?
We're requiring just the file. You spelled require wrong. Require. Cool. And then just /app.js. Yep. And then here's what we'll do. So if you go into our app.js file here, cut those lines and then put them in the index.js file. Awesome. So now this makes sense, but to make it make more sense, the app.js needs to actually export itself. So now this file will just say module.exports equals app. Awesome. So now this file is in charge of creating the Express app, adding all the middlewares, registering all our routes, registering all the error handlers, and then it just exports the Express app. Then our index.js brings in that app and makes it listen on a port. But what that now allows us to do is in our app.test, now we can just directly require in the app, and it won't try to do the listen stuff. So let's require it in right here.
Oh, that's cool. Let's bring in app.
Yeah, app equals require app.
Oh, since we're exporting it.
Similar to what we did in index.js. So like, yeah, /app. Cool. And now we can write our very first test. So,
cool.
But actually, before we do that, we should set up a linter. I didn't think about that. But a part of making this stuff production ready is like making sure we have a good linter file and stuff like that.
Let's do it.
So let's do setup linter file. Cool. Does those of you that aren't familiar, Phil actually created the front end with Angular. Does Angular come built in with a linter?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so, because nothing.
Maybe
actually, it does.
Because it uses
really
TypeScript.
basic.
TypeScript though, right?
Yeah, there's some TypeScript stuff.
TSLint. Okay. So let's set that up now. So, oh, and actually, I just remembered. These dependencies like chai and mocha and supertest, they actually should be dev dependencies, because really you're only ever running your tests when you're in like a dev type environment. So we'll fix that whenever we install ESLint. So
cool.
Let's do this. Do npm I -D. So -D means dev dependency. Okay. And now we'll put all those dependencies from before, mocha, chai, and supertest. And they're already installed, but by doing this, it's actually going to move them to dev dependencies. But now we also want to install ESLint as a dev dependency. Cool. And hit go.
Cool.
Hello, Dat Sparrow. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Buglex2. It's been a while. Welcome. Yes, sir says, well, it's around 5 in the morning going for some rest. I hope you sleep well. Yes, sir. See you later. That rare case when CJ acknowledged all chat messages. That's basically what I just have to do. I have to stream 24/7 so people lose interest, and then I can actually get through all of the chat messages. Hello, Anti-Pixelated. Welcome. Let's see it as a full video later. Awesome. CJ coded a JS app into what appears to be a human. I have created Phil. No, I haven't. See you later, Infi. Thanks for tuning in. Hello, Dr. Fogg. Welcome to the stream. I'm doing good. Oh, and thanks for the follow, Anti-Pixelated. Okay, so, is it still going? Oh, no, the screen didn't update. Yeah. Cool, so now if we look at our package JSON, all those things moved to dev dependencies, which is good. And now we can run ESLint to generate our linter file. So let's do that. If you do npx ESLint -- space -- init.
-- space -- init?
No, sorry. Init. INIT. You got it.
Gotcha.
Enter. And so it's going to ask us questions. So choose the last one to check syntax, find problems, enforce code style. Cool. So we are using common.js because we're in a Node app.
Cool.
We're not using either React or Vue because this is a backend app. We're not using TypeScript in the backend anyways. We're not in the browser, so press space on browser so it'll uncheck it, and then press space on Node. Yeah, there you go.
I can't just scroll up and press space?
Well, then it would select both, yeah.
Gotcha.
Cool. So we're in Node. And we can do one of two things. We can use a popular style guide. Typically, I like to use Airbnb, the Airbnb style guide, or you could just answer questions about your style. What do you want to do?
Whatever you... I'm gonna defer to you.
If you have no opinions, then I would just like use one of the more popular ones. The cool thing about that is it helps you get in the habit of like coding in a certain way and like being diligent about certain things like semicolons and different things like that. So yeah, let's use a popular style guide, and then we'll choose Airbnb.
Okay.
And then we can put it in a JavaScript file. So yeah. And then say yes here, because this is actually going to install the ESLint Airbnb plugin, so that way we get all of the Airbnb rules.
Cool.
Yeah. Hello, Bartek. Welcome to the stream. GoTo is asking, what version of Angular are you working with, Phil?
8.
Yeah, version 8.
8. Yep. Let me punch the microphone to tell you.
No worries. Hello, Enrique. Welcome to the stream. --space --space. Hello, Joshua. Welcome. Yeah, it's basically Morse code. Like that's how we'll pair program. --space dash. Okay, cool. So we have that installed. Now let's open a file and see that it's broken. So one thing I've had to do lately with VS Code is it doesn't like having like a nested ESLint file. So right now we have a folder open that has 2 folders in it.
Yeah.
For me, I have to actually just open the server folder to get the linter working. But let's see. So like if we go in here. ESLint. Ooh, we should install ESLint.
In
here. So we're going to search ESLint. I thought it came by default. This does have 6 million downloads though, so this is the one we want. Cool. And ESLint has an error. Yeah, so basically, so here it's saying failed to load plugin, can't find module, and that's because like the node modules with all our ESLint stuff is inside the server folder and it's looking at the root. So let's actually do this. Let's move the to-do into the server folder.
Okay.
And then let's close VS Code and then reopen it in the server folder. I feel like that's a recent development because it used to just like detect it, but I don't know. Maybe there's a better way to fix it, but let's look at this. Hey, that's a good sign.
Cool.
Okay, so yeah, all these red lines, like let's see what this is saying. Expected 1 empty line after the requirements statement, not followed by another require. So I actually just do this all the time by habit, but the way they like to structure it is require external dependencies, internal dependencies, and then always a new line before you start to create any variables. So cool. But let's do this. Go to your package.json. We're going to add a linter script. And yeah, so right after line 9, let's add a new one called lint. And we'll do ESLint. And another thing I thought of, which typically you see in a lot of production applications, is like all of your source code is actually in a single folder called src, which makes it a lot easier for things like ESLint. So right now, all the folders are at the top level. So what I think we should do is create a source folder, put all of the stuff in there, and then with ESLint, we can just say ESLint space source /. And that says, look at all the files in the source directory and lint them. Maybe we can do ESLint dot.
That'll get the source, the only source directory.
Well, that will get like all the folders in the current directory.
Oh.
Let's just try that. So try running npm run lint. I don't think it liked that. Oh no, it did. Yeah, so that technically worked. Cool. But I do want to put it in a source directory because I think that's also good practice. Does anyone in the chat agree with me?
I like it.
Okay. MV's still here. I thought you were going to bed. //
Oh yeah.
Hello, Hexception. Welcome to the stream. Anton is asking, can you make code auto format on save to specific ESLint rules? We could actually do that. So there is, I think, there's a command with this ESLint plugin that is auto format on save, and we could enable that, and then yeah, that would totally work. Box Monster, hello, Box Monster is saying try prettier running on each commit. It's pure joy. We actually do that at work, so we could set that up. I don't know. I feel like we're gonna just do so much setup and like get no code, no coding going. Prettier adds semicolons though. You should be able to disable it, like based on your config. Pretty quick. Interesting. I never heard of that one. I'll just look at it really quick. Pretty quick.
Pretty quick.
Get pretty quick. Pre-commit. So I use a thing called Husky. So this allows you to add. Wait, I thought this was. Is it for like pre-commit hooks? Yeah, pre-commit. Oh no, I see. It's for like formatting your code, and then they're saying you can use it in conjunction with something like Husky, which allows you to set it as a pre-commit hook. Do you use pre-commit hooks at work?
We do. We do to run the test to make sure no tests break if you push.
Okay.
And therefore nothing will break the build.
We could set that up here too. we're gonna. I think we should. I mean, we should go all out, right? We should make it like the best.
Why not?
The best JavaScript we can be.
Super app.
I'm sorry, I don't understand this. Let's see if we can translate it right quick. I like anime. Cool, I do too. There's a lot of good stuff on Netflix. Do you like anime?
Yeah, I do.
Cool. No semi and prettier for no semicolons. Can you repeat that, but in English? I don't remember what I said or what that was in reference to. Hello, Mentor. Hello, ResMed. Welcome to the stream. If I'd set up automatic formatting, I'd still format in VS Code 10 times a second. Yeah. So that's actually an interesting point of discussion because I see a lot of beginners have auto format enabled, and then they don't really learn how to format code well. Like they become dependent on the auto formatter. Have you seen that, or do you use an auto formatter?
No, I kind of just muscle it around till I like it. I don't see it at my work, but
okay. Well, I mean, I noticed pairing with you last time. Like, you have some really good. What do you call it?
Spacing.
Well, yeah, and like you're consistent. Yeah, you're consistent about it. So like,
yeah,
for the most part, you put semicolons everywhere, and for the most part, you have really good indentation. I think we might need to. Yeah. So right now, your editor has a 4-space tab. The Airbnb ESLint actually uses a 2-space tab, so that's why it's complaining.
I don't know. Just when I started this project, it's been doing 4 spaces, and I really like it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, we could change that, but
we don't have to.
Really, what I was just saying is like last time when I was coding with you, you were mostly consistent about indentation and semicolons and things like that, which I think is good because beginners sometimes become way too dependent on tools.
Yeah, it makes it easier to read.
Lint the node modules too. No way, that's too much code. Everyone agrees we should use a source folder, so let's do that. So. Yeah. In the root here, let's create a folder called src. You might have to just like right click there. There we go. And then let's take auth API auth controllers and DB and move them all into the source folder.
Can I do this from the command line a little smarter? Like MV.
I think you still have to specify them because unless there's a flag for like choose only directories.
All right. Okay.
But you know what? It'd be a good command line, Fu. You can practice your command. Do them one at a time. So move API and into src. Make sure there's a slash on the end. So if you put the slash on the end, that says like take the API directory and put it inside of src. Otherwise, it would rename it to src. Okay. And do the same thing with.
Cool.
Sweet. Yeah. Do the same thing with auth. All right, while Phil is doing that, I'll catch up. I think we should set up Husky. That would be cool. What that does is, before you commit, it will run the linter, and it won't let you commit if the linter doesn't pass. Alka likes Husky. Gonna rewatch it. Good work. Keep on going. Thank you, Sven. Sometimes setup is harder and more important than the code itself. Yeah, I agree. Thanks for the follow, Refactorer. Appreciate it. Apply as many best practices as possible. That's kind of what this episode can be. Just like best practice. How do you be a better JavaScript coder?
Yeah.
I should auto translate to English. Yeah, that'd be great. I saw that Instafluff had a chatbot that did that, which is pretty sweet. Greetings from Mexico. Hello, Nombre. Welcome to the stream.
Hola.
Oh, it was saying it's the best. I was saying it's the best because of something I said. Okay. Yeah. Does it matter? For instance, in the Go ecosystem, you have Go format. Yeah, ESLint seems to be the go-to for JavaScript. There are other ones like JS Hint, but ESLint is kind of the go-to. This might be a bad word. I'm gonna stop translating things because they could be bad words. Yeah, I agree. Hello, Mattia. Welcome to the stream. Cameron says, this is such an awesome video, and Phil is so much cuter than Tom Green.
Who said that?
Cameron Cook.
Oh,
do you know this person?
That's my girlfriend.
Oh.
Hey.
Sweet. Mattia says, I'm OCD about formatting, can't live without prettier. Yeah, I'm just, I just try to format it by hand all the time. But what I'm about to actually show a command, which will just auto-format everything that it can, and then we'll just fix the things that it can't fix. I've wasted so much time formatting code. 4 spaces hurts so bad. 4 spaces equals 1. I use a 2-space tab, but 4 space does have a bit more breathing room. We're about to literally replace every single 4-space tab with a 2-space tab. Just watch us. Yeah, true. All about the 2-space tab. One less thing to think about. Thanks for the follow of the Iron Helix. Appreciate it. I've never found a formatter that matches my style. I got to figure that stuff out. Always format by hand. Yeah, I was just thinking of that because Alka and I are going to pair tomorrow, and we're definitely going to need to set up some sort of linter file so that we're consistent before we start coding. Maybe we'll just use Airbnb. I don't know, Alka. How do you feel about Airbnb? CJ is waiting. Phil is waiting to start coding, and CJ is reading all the comments. I know. We really should just code. It's fun to hang out with you all, though. There's a lot of people watching. The best way to store passwords in a NoSQL DB, I will acknowledge this because we actually did it in this application. So, if you look at the rest of this series, which I recorded with a different friend and paired with a different friend about a year ago, so if you take a look at the playlist here. So this is the Auth from Scratch playlist, and basically this app that we're working on, we built it from scratch. And I would say that the recommended way is to use something like bcrypt to hash your passwords before storing them. And in this video series, we show how to do that. So you can definitely watch these, but the package we're using is called bcrypt.js. That's my break timer. Let's take a quick stretch. But bcrypt.js salts and hashes your passwords, and then you put the salted and hashed password into your database instead of the plain text password. Yeah, I should probably do this, but like you could create one linter file and then reuse it in all of your projects. Typically, I just reach for Airbnb. Yeah, it'll be fine. We'll figure it out. Yeah. Tab spacing based on Fibonacci. So like the deeper you get, the more spaces it is.
Oh my gosh.
+1 for Alka. Okay, we need to get started coding. Okay.
Yep.
So what Phil just did was to put all of these folders in the source directory. But what that will now allow us to do, and so in the package JSON, we should update the lint script to say ESLint space src /. And so that says lint all the files in the source directory. Great. So let's save that. And if we go to the terminal and run it, we should see all the errors. And actually, we can you just full screen this window? It's going to be behind us, but we're going to see a bunch of errors pop up. npm run lint is the command he just did. Ta-da! And so this tells us like what are all of the things. A lot of it is indentation, which is okay. But one thing we can do, can you make it above our heads again?
Yep.
There you go. Sweet. If you do npm run lint space space -- fix.
For real this time?
For real this time, yeah.
Okay.
So the way this works is if you're running an npm command, you can do space -- space, and then this flag will get passed into the lint command. And dash dash fix says fix all the auto fixable things. So things like indentation, missing semicolons, lines missing after requires, it can fix all of those automatically. So hit enter and it should do that.
Do you know what the dash dash space is doing?
It forwards the command. So I'll show you what happens actually. And actually, so now most of the errors went away.
So why didn't we just do dash dash?
Try it.
Okay.
so try it. And we can see, we'll have to scroll up, but we can see what command that it actually ran. So you can see that this says it just ran ESLint source, even though we passed dash dash fix. But if you look at the command that was run when we did space dash dash fix, it actually passed it in. So this is just syntax to say, like, the thing on the right-hand side should be a flag to the command that we're running versus a flag of the command that's on the terminal right now.
Okay.
Because npm run lint is technically like a reference to this command.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. So that fixed all the things. We've got some errors. Let's fix the linter errors. That'll be fun. So the first ones are in API notes. Let's take a look at that. So if you go into the API folder, you look at notes, and then this is hanging around. We need to get rid of that. Okay. So if you scroll down, we can see hover over line 19. Let's see what's wrong there. Unexpected dangling underscore. No underscore dangle. So because we're using MongoDB and it does this, I usually just disable this rule. So I'll show you how to disable a rule. Go ahead.
Wait, I've found a workaround, and I don't know if it'll work here, but I've been able to just use the other object.
Well, let's see what that says. ID is better. It's like an infinite loop.
All right. Yep.
Better written as dot notation. Yeah. But what we can do is just turn that rule off, because we're using underscore ID everywhere because we're working with MongoDB. So in here, it tells us what the name of the rule is, no underscore dangle. So what we can do is in our ESLint file, in the rules section, we can just turn that rule off. So right there, if you put in single quotes, no dash underscore dash dangle, dongle, and then the value just say 0, and 0 turns it off.
Okay.
False might turn it off too, but I've always used 0.
Okay.
I don't know. But now that we've turned it off, save that file, it stops complaining about it, which is cool. All right,
cool.
What's this one complaining about? Notes is already declared in the upper scope. So,
oh yeah, that's our notes.
Yeah, so notes
database
is a reference to the database collection, and then here we're calling the notes that came out of the database notes. Let's I guess just call it results. Cool. And note is already declared in the upper scope. So this would be created note, right? Because we insert it and then whatever gets returned back.
Yep.
Created note. Cool. Though we should write some tests before we do all these refactors, because that's another point of having tests, is that you can run the tests to make sure that the things you change are still working. So I digress. We've got linter things to fix, but we will fix those one at a time as we start to write our code. And really, these JavaScript files like app and index, those should actually be in oh no, oh god, oh what did I do? Oh no. Okay. That was almost really bad. Okay, we want to put the app in source, and we want to put app.test in source, and we want to put the index in source. Cool. All right. And then the other thing is our package.json, we should update our start script. So this now needs to be src/index, similar with dev, and then similar with the seed. So src/tasks/create_admin_user. And now our main is like that as well. Okay.
Cool.
So that's all. Everything's good. I think the can you go to your terminal and oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
I forgive you.
Thank you. Kill the server app. Is it not running? It's not running. Cool.
Nope, just the front end.
So try to start it up and see if it at least starts. Yeah, at least started. That's a good sign.
Cool.
All right, let's get our test going then.
Okay.
So if we kill this, and if we look at app.test.js, This is complaining because they're declared but never used, and that's okay because we're just about to use them. And so we need to describe our test suite. So go ahead and do describe. Actually, I think you have it built in. Press tab. No, okay. Yeah, so describe, you invoke it. The first parameter is a string that describes the test suite. So let's just call this test suite app. And then the second parameter is a function. And then inside of this function, we're going to define each of our individual tests. So right here, I like to use the BDD, or the behavior-driven development style of it should do the thing instead of like test. But you can.
I'm into it.
Okay.
I'm into it.
Into it? Nice. Yeah. Do it, and then that's invoked as a function. The first is describing the test. So it should respond with a message. And inside of here is where we will attempt to test our app. And so right now it has, detect indentation from content. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to do that. Right now it's, for whatever reason, choosing a 4-space tab. We want a 2-space tab. One thing you can do is, if you don't have auto fix enabled, you can search for the command eslint fix all auto fixable problems. That will insert semicolons, add indentation, all that good stuff.
Cool.
There we go. So now we have a 2-space tab. So now we should call supertest and pass in the app. Well, actually, let's actually pull up the supertest documentation.
Yeah, I was going to ask for a reminder.
Yeah, let's do that.
Cool.
So yeah, whenever they require in supertest, they're calling it request. We can do that.
Okay.
But basically, request app dot method name and then the path. So right now, I think what we're going to do is just going to test the index path in app. So like make sure that when you hit /, we get back a JSON object. So we'll do that.
Okay. That full screen.
It's all good. So yeah, call it request. And then in here, we'll say request app. So you just pass in the app variable directly. Just like so. Cool. And then we'll, on the next line, we'll say dot get, and then just pass in the / out. So this is going to make a get request on /, and then just do dot expect. And typically, if you're doing like testing, you want to make sure that the tests fail first. So that way, when you do have a passing test, you know it's passing for a good reason. So let's expect status code 500. So just type in 500. So by default, expect will take in the status code. Cool. So we'll do that.
Wait, so does it just know every piece of the header's response?
Oh no, like we would need to individually inspect those if we wanted to.
Okay.
But I just want to make sure that the tests are actually running before we get into all that good stuff. Gotcha. And actually, we didn't need to bring in Mocha. And when we bring in Chai, we actually just bring in expect. But right now we're not using it because we're using the built-in expect of supertest. Cool. I believe we should actually return this because it returns a promise, and so that way the test knows it's done whenever we've done that. And right now our linter is complaining about that describe and it doesn't know what they are. But for those, we can actually add in our eslint file. We should be able to say maybe we can do Mocha true. And then it knows about all the globals in Mocha, like describe and it. Let's see. It worked. Yeah?
Okay.
Basically, like we could add global variables just because describe and it are a part of the Mocha runtime. Like they're not variables in this file, right?
Right.
But when we run the test with Mocha, they are. Okay. So now we need to run these tests and see what happens. Let's add a test script now. So here in our package JSON, let's add a script called test. And the value here will be Mocha. And then do src/. Hopefully that will find all of the test files. Let's see. Open up the terminal. And then run npm test. Yeah, you can actually leave off run because like test is a known command, but here we go. Hey, It actually worked.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so expected a 500 status code, but got a 200 status code. Sweet. And that, we go back to the 60 messages. What are you people doing? Cool. This happened the other week where 3 of us were debating for half an hour on like code style and prettier and stuff like that. Yeah. Hello, Alan. Some time ago, I took some time to add ESLint, Prettier, CommitLint, and Husking to all of our projects at work. Guess who's the most hated guy now? But we have beautiful code. But what a beautiful code. No, like, I do this on every project.
That's pretty cool. I'm jealous. Please come work with us.
Yeah. Because, like, you have 5, like, even if you have 3 developers, everyone's going to code in a different way. And yeah, you have super inconsistent code style and like an inconsistent code base. So I agree, Alan, like that, this is a good way to go. Yeah. Backend Golang. That's, I don't know what that was in reference to, but yeah. I'm also, oh yeah, I totally forgot. Yeah, so RabbitWorks is redoing this project, but on his stream. I think he's trying to be potentially even more noob friendly. But check out the RabbitWorks JavaScript YouTube channel. There it is. Yeah, full stack auth from scratch. These videos are actually a lot shorter than the NoobQuest ones. So if you look at some of these NoobQuest videos, well, I thought one of them was like 5 hours. I don't know. They're like over 2 hours each. Mainly because Tony was a complete and total noob. I basically had to walk him through everything. But yeah, so definitely check this out. It's probably a quicker way to get to the app that we built. So thanks for doing that, RabbitWorks. Felidor says, I have no idea who either of you are or what Express API is, but hello, Felidor. Welcome to the stream. We're learning some code. We're pairing with Phil. It's a fun time. Auth from scratch. Cool. Here we go. Yeah, I think this is the issue. If I'm not in the chat, then everybody starts talking with each other, which is totally fine. But I have not yet found a way of making the chat so, because this is my chat manager. Left is the most recent chat. Right hand side is a chat that I haven't acknowledged yet. But I want like users to be able to potentially label their own messages as like side conversation and different things like that. But yeah. Cool. So there's that. Thanks for the follow, Seubi. Welcome to the stream. I prefer ESLint extension in code editor and I adding linting scripts before commit. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Let's add it to the to-do list. Let's add at least a pre-commit hook before we do the thing. There's my break timer. Let's take a quick stretch.
Pre-commit hook?
Pre-commit hook, yeah. So before we commit, it'll run the linter, run the tests, make sure everything passes. And if it doesn't, then we have to fix the linter errors or fix the broken tests. Yeah.
Cool.
Interesting. You have a whole bunch of imports to fix now too. Is it the spacing on the requires? Let's just go back up to like these errors that were found. I think those were, no. We moved everything into the source directory, so I think all of the requires should be okay. Because they were all relative to each other, so I think all of those requires should be fine. Anton says, I always find it helpful to see other people apply best practices, even if they are based on preferences, to learn new things to implement in my own coding habits. That's great, yeah. Camzak is saying, are you guys using that cool VS Code live share thing to code together? We're not. Well, we probably should be. I keep going over to his screen. I mainly like to share the other person's screen because we can see like when they're looking at Chrome and I can type in their terminal directly. I guess I could technically do that with VS Code live share too. I don't know. We're not using that, but we should be. AKA arguing about dev tools, pretty much. Uh, Jonathan, welcome to the stream. I think MongoDB accepts that you use just ID instead of underscore ID. Yeah, I think you have to configure it that way, but we use the default configuration, so it uses underscore ID. Yeah, and it's we're actually using the built-in screen share on Macs because we both have a Mac, and Mac has this screen sharing feature built in, which is pretty sweet because we're on the same Wi-Fi network, so we can just share. Yeah, we changed the tab settings on the bottom, but I think, well, yeah, I think it's being set per file because now in here, whoop, now this file has like a 4-space tab for some reason. I don't know.
Is that telling me what my linter is, or telling me that there are 4 spaces?
No, it's. I think it's just telling you what it's set as. You know what? I think yeah, detect indentation from content. You might need to set that as an overall editor setting.
Okay.
What kind of problems are not auto-fixable by ESLint? So some of the things that we showed, like where you're using property names that it doesn't agree with, like underscore dangle, where you're reusing a variable name, ESLint doesn't know how to auto-rename that variable because it's kind of up to you to rename that variable. Basically things that aren't style preference, you can't really fix automatically. The tab option is right behind Phil, yeah. Yeah. I wish LiveShare was an open standard so we can stay in our favorite editor. Yeah, I agree. Thanks for the follow, Boudreaux Plays Games. I appreciate it. Left chat is worse chat. Yeah, so definitely RabbitWorks. Yeah, we can do a collab. I'm collabing with everybody. Collabs everywhere. But that would be fun to come on your stream and like do a code review or something like that. That'd be fun. Hello, Emery. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so Jenkins is like the deployed server version of something like Husky, which runs the linter, runs the test. A CI server would do a very similar thing. And I've heard devs argue that you should just let the CI server do it, but I disagree. Like, I feel like the devs should have to run the linter, run the test locally before even attempting to push up. Do you agree?
Yeah, I like that better.
Cool. We made it to the end. Alan says, what coding computer science YouTubers would you recommend? Already following Coding Train and Brooks Builds. Remind me of this, because I have like a whole list somewhere. And if anybody has suggestions for YouTube channels or coding resources, throw it in the chat. And I will mention it. Yeah, pre-commit hooks. A code review stream would be really useful to see how other people do it. Yeah. Anti-Pixelated agrees that devs should run their linters locally. I always wonder if people realize how nerdy they sound. Sometimes I wonder if what I'm saying is nerdy. Maybe I'm slowly morphing into an ultimate nerd. You know what? I think at some point, I just don't care.
I feel like you're cooler if you think you're more nerdy.
Like, you just, yeah, just do what you do. It's not about being nerdy or not being nerdy.
Nobody cares, really.
You get a collab. You get a collab. Everybody gets a collab. Oh, the tech lead is a good one. I love the tech lead. I don't love the tech lead. I enjoy watching the tech lead.
Loving things is cool.
All right. Yeah, you're right. All right. So we fixed the tabbing. So if you do, if you pull up the command palette, I think it's Command-Shift-P. Search for do ESLint fix all auto fixable problems. That fixed that one. Cool. Where were we? Oh, we were at the point of running the tests.
Yep.
And the test worked.
Red.
Cool. By default, the way Mocha works is when you run the tests, it actually run. Oh, sorry. Can you make it bigger? Can you basically extend it till it's like right on top of our heads?
Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
That's perfect. So when you run Mocha, by default, it's just watching for changes. So if we change this test file, it'll rerun the tests, and if they pass, they pass. So
cool.
We can go back to the app.test.js. And let's just take a look at what app.js should return. So, wait, why didn't it fix this? I feel like it should have fixed this when we did autofix.
Yeah, I thought I changed that in the global settings, but
Detect indentation from content?
yeah, pretty sure I...
Oh, there we go. Now it's working, because then it just jumped to 2 space tab.
Yeah.
I know you all can't see it, but yeah, it did. No, my computer's in the my computer's okay, so our slash route returns a JSON object where the message is hello world, and the user is rec.user if that user is logged in. So let's do this. Right now we're just expecting, we shouldn't expect 500, we should actually expect a 200 status code, so let's make sure that that's a 200. And then I believe if you do dot expect again and then invoke it, I believe the function will get past like the body of the request. So we could right here you could say like response, and then do like an arrow function, and then inside of the arrow function we should be able to inspect the body and expect certain things about it.
Okay.
So can you go to Chrome and go to the Supertest docs? I think that's how that works. Let's see. Expect. Looks like you might do a dot end. Oh, we can do a dot then. That's nice. And then we can actually use async await.
Cool.
Yeah. Let's use async await. Okay,
Let's
so we could basically do like response equals all this good stuff, and then await it. Then we have the response, and then we can do like expect response.body.message to be hello world. Sound
cool.
Good?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
That's cool.
So the cool thing about that is once we make this an async function, this is now a function that returns a promise. So we actually don't have to return anything, which is really nice. It'll clean it up just a little bit. So let's just say like const response equals await that thing. And then down here, we should be able to inspect it. So at this point, this is where we would bring in expect from chai. Because now we can say expect response dot body dot
message.
I think so.
And then regular.
Yeah, it's just chai. So 2b maybe, or 2 equal. Actually, chai is a little bit different. It works with like it chains things, so it's like 2 equal.
It's kind of like Cypress.
Is it?
I think so. They're starting to break out their twos or their words.
Okay. Yeah, and just is actually a little bit different because jest is like they have like camel casing like that versus like chaining things.
Yeah.
But yeah. Actually, let's see it fail because I want to make sure that it's actually failing. And then it should rerun. It didn't rerun. Can you go back? Kill it.
Run it again.
Yeah, so expected hello world exclamation mark to equal hello world dot, but it didn't. So that's a good thing. But maybe we need like dash dash watch. Let's just try this really quick. So let's change this so the test will pass. So change the dot to be an exclamation mark.
Okay.
Save it.
Cool.
Go back to the terminal. Did they rerun? They didn't. We might need to add a watch command. I'm just gonna guess that it's dash dash watch, and if it's not that, we'll go to the docs. So do mocha space dash dash watch, and then kill it, rerun it. Passing tests. That deserves a high five.
High five.
High five.
Slap skin.
But let's
Should we just fail the test real quick?
yeah, let's make it fail. So we'll just like add and then save it, and then go to the terminal. It reran.
Cool.
Another high five. Cool. So we got our basic test working. At this point, we should actually start writing tests for the routes that do the real stuff. So like we have our what do you call it? In our API, we can write the tests for. Actually, we could write the test for auth first. So like for logging in and signing up users.
Okay.
Because this is some pretty complex logic. We're like doing user validation. We're doing the sign up, so we can write some tests against that. So we'll do that next. Is there anything we can check off in our to-do list? We kind of set things up. I would say that's a done.
Yeah,
right?
set up.
We've got our linter file.
Yeah.
And ultimately, like, what we'll do, I think, is write the tests for a given router file, and then once we have the tests, we'll refactor it to be in separate files and things like that.
Deal.
Because that will validate that our stuff is still working.
Cool. I'm in.
Cam is saying linters and formatting shouldn't even be on the mind of devs. Just configure it at the repo level to run automatically. Yeah, but I think their editors should still run those configurations to make sure that they're doing everything right. But yeah. Hello, Buglix. Yeah, so Fun Function is a great YouTube channel. They also, or MPJ also streams on Twitch pretty much every Monday. So if you're not subscribed to Fun Function, definitely check it out.
Cool.
Slavko is saying, what keyboard are you using? It's like hearing Big Bang. I'll show you. So actually, do the YouTube commands work? No. It only works on Twitch for some reason. I'm using the Streamlabs bot. Oh, there it is. It worked. Oh, wait. Yeah, it worked. So if you do bang keyboard, you'll get a link to my keyboard.
What? Did you set that up?
I set it up with the Streamlabs bot.
Oh.
Yeah. Because everyone always asks about my keyboard.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. As a React developer for 2 years now, I just started building a side project in Vue, and OMG, I love it. Yeah, I love Vue too. Have you used Vue?
Yeah, dude, I started the Vue.js meetup.
Oh, you did! I totally forgot. I took the.
Jeez Louise.
We should have mentioned that at the beginning. But yeah, I took over the Vue.js meetup because he really didn't have time anymore with his job. But he was the one who started it. Totally forgot.
Yeah.
Totally forgot.
See you guys there in Denver next time.
Yeah, we're gonna do I believe a Hacktoberfest event. Probably on the 28th. So we're going to find all the open source Vue projects we can with open issues, and we're just going to have a hack night. So that'll be fun. The tech lead. Yeah, so check out the tech lead. This guy's great. He is the tech lead. And all sorts of like life advice and stuff about tech and career advice. It's fantastic. Have you seen the tech lead?
I've seen the ones that I think are jokes, but I can't tell if they're jokes or not.
So that's the thing about him. He's like this deadpan humor. Yeah. So like you don't know if he's joking or not. He's usually joking. Like,
right, and then he's hilarious.
Yes, like,
that's awesome.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Yes, follow RabbitWorks JavaScript. We mentioned him a second ago, but here he is. And he is basically doing very similar videos to what I did, but a little bit shorter. I haven't had a chance to watch them yet, but I'm sure they're, what's the word? Good? That was not the word I was thinking. I'm sure they're great. I'm sure that RabbitWorks does good stuff. That is not like a diss or anything like that. Oh, thanks for the link, Josh. Your mom loves you regardless. Okay. Why is every font size so massive? Because we're on stream, and there could be people watching on mobile, and I want them to be able to see the code too. In Live Chat Manager, images and GIFs from Twitch chat are actual image tag. I'm trying to fix the bug with the image goes out from the window. It's an actual image tag, yeah. So you should be able to set a style property on like any image that is a descendant of this comment element to have a max width of 100%. That should work. Yeah. Code Bullet is just fun code. Actually, is this the guy with like 1 million subscribers?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Yeah, so like this is the most subscribed like coding channel on YouTube. 1.63 million subscribers. I think the thing is like he's very funny, and he has like shorter videos that kind of like break down the topics, but he builds interesting things like Flappy Bird, and like different AIs and stuff like that. And he's really funny. But like this is probably the most subscribed programming channel on YouTube. It's pretty sweet. And then Javid X9. Have I ever heard of them? Oh, I've never seen them, but they have over 100,000 subs. Definitely check them out. NES Emulator Part 5. Ooh. Do you have any favorite YouTube channels?
Just yours.
Cool. Appreciate it.
For coding?
Yeah, for coding and tech.
Just yours, honestly.
Cool.
No clowning.
They lost me. Yeah, we're using Macs. It's what we do. Do the majority of people at your work use Macs?
Majority, yeah, but there's actually a good mix. There's Linux users and Windows users.
Okay. What font size do you guys use? I use 13, line height 21. You know what? So like because I code on stream so often, I've actually gotten very used to coding with a very big font. I probably use like a 24-point font. You know what you use?
Whoa.
Yeah, it's big.
No, I zoom out. I scale it, so it's always super tiny.
Okay.
I don't know if that's good for me or not.
I mean, I feel like it's better for my eyes because I don't have to strain to read the code.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Might join you on that train.
Phil was not paid to say that. Were you? To say
No.
that?
No, dude.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, I don't know. Cypress uses chai in the should. So like in the test that we're writing. So Cypress, it would basically be exactly this because Cypress is using chai.
Yep.
Cool.
Oh.
Anton is saying, what testing libraries do you use at work for Express backends? And if you do React, which ones do you use there? So because we do full stack JavaScript at work, and React plays nice with Jest, we actually use Jest on the back end as well, which you can totally do. So for front-end testing, we use Jest as our test runner and assertion library, and we use Enzyme as it basically creates a wrapper around the component and mounts it so that it can be inspected and tested. So we use Jest and Enzyme for React. And then, but also we're testing React apps that have Redux and have a router. So we're using a connected Redux router, and to test that, we have a mock Redux store, and then we have a mocked mocked router that plugs into all of this stuff. And so there's quite a few like test utilities that go along with it to get the front end testing working. And then for the back end, it's just Jest and Supertest. But yeah.
Wait, you mock your store and your router globally? And then...
Well, for the test specifically. So, like, let's say a given component needs access to the router.
Yeah.
So we mock the store.
Within this one test file?
Within this one test file.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
I thought you had a cool global...
No, but I have created some test utilities for like easily spinning up a mocked Redux store. It's like especially like basically you can tell it like which parts of the store that you want, and it creates the initial state. You know,
it's pretty nice. Yeah.
Because otherwise, it's a bunch of repetitive code all over the place.
Yeah.
See you later, Antipixelated. Thanks for tuning in. But yeah, that's it. What are your thoughts on cucumber tests? I've never really written. Have you heard of or written cucumber tests?
No, never heard of it.
The thing I saw was like there are tests that can almost be written like English, like in like non-coders could write them. And then yeah, so scenario: Fred gets his money back. Given Fred has bought a microwave and the microwave costs £100. Is that euros or pounds? Pounds. Pounds. When we refund the microwave, then Fred should be refunded £100. So like this is the test scenario, and I think this actually like somehow is able to test the code.
Oh man, I feel like it's more confusing almost.
The thing is, like, non-technical people could potentially write the tests, and then like they can be handed off to technical people to actually implement the functionality.
Yeah.
And so like the features have steps, and the steps get run. Interesting. I think it's an interesting concept. I've never really done anything like that though. Do you actually? Cam is asking. Do you need to actually require expect? Can't you just set up just to add it globally? We're actually using Mocha, and Mocha. I've never configured Mocha to do that. As far as I know, when you're using expect with, when you're using chai with Mocha, you have to bring in the expect. When you're using jest, that's not actually using chai. It has its own expectation library, so it's the test runner and the expectation library, so you don't have to bring anything separate. As far as I know. Resmed is asking, how are you working together? We're just using the Mac screen sharing functionality. It's built into Macs, and we're on the same network, so I just connected to his laptop. It's a bug. Go over there. Hello, Brandon. Welcome to the stream. Your blue glow on your gear is intense today. What do you mean? Like back here? Back there? I don't know. It could be because there's multiple people here. We have
There's a light.
Right we put a light right here to make it, because like there was some like blue artifacting whenever yeah, now I mean that looks decent. All right, there's no like weird blue stuff going on, but that's too much of us. You should only see like that much of us. Yeah, there's all the commands. Phil is dangerously close to blending in today. Yeah, I told him. I was like, you should probably change your shirt. But apparently this blue color works.
So, it's like, am I disappearing? Somehow floating?
Yeah, it's like a dark blue. Yeah, it's pretty funny that it actually works.
Yeah.
Yeah, MPJ is great. Yeah, that's what his most recent videos are about, how he's seeing a cognitive behavioral therapist, and it's pretty cool. I like hearing that kind of stuff. Count me in on the Hackfest, definitely.
Is that Rabbitworks?
Yeah,
cool.
Rabbitworks. Mattia is saying, Tech Lead is so funny, I never know when he's joking or not. Deadpan humor. I think, like, I love deadpan humor. It's so good. Like, every now and then you see, like, a smile crack, and you're like, oh, yeah, it's good. Hello, Bagan. Welcome to the stream. Rabbitworks is saying, I have a thing named components where the name gets passed in as a prop. Oh. So you're using, like, components as with view? This is like a digression, but component basics. Can I just search for as? Can't find it, but I think that's what you're talking about. Cool. Make something Halloween themed app. That would be fun. I might do that for Halloween.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. The font is small for anyone who grew up with 80s computers. That's true. The font on older computers is very big. No, I wasn't paid and slid some money into your pocket. That didn't happen. That doesn't happen here.
Wink.
Yeah. See you later, Box Monster Prime. Thanks for tuning in. Coding Room says they have a lot of subscriptions. I'm only 16 so far. We're talking about those other like YouTube channels. Yeah. It would be awesome to see an example of how you test by mocking the Redux store, maybe in a future tutorial. Yeah, there's a lot on the list that I should do, but that's one thing in particular because it's pretty tricky to figure out. Just because there's not a lot of good resources online for it, but yeah. Chai and Mocha are testing frameworks for the back end. Well, you can use them with the front end too, actually. See you later, Benjamin. Thanks for tuning in. I'll be honest, I do a lot of coding and I've never gone out of my way to use APIs or third-party stuff like that. How do I get into learning about these things without falling asleep? It's just a matter of finding them. Yeah, like what's popular in the JavaScript ecosystem, that kind of thing. Justin is asking, do you think that testing can have diminishing returns at times? Like, is it always worth the extra time and work? What do you think?
I think yes, because maybe at first it's a lot harder to start and it takes some time to wrap your head around it, but I think it also frames what you're going to do and it gives you intention for if you do TDD, I guess, if you actually write the test first, it might help frame what you're going to do.
Do you do TDD at work?
No,
Do they try to, or?
I No, nobody tries.
Okay.
We just write our features, and then I feel like we get to the tests when we can.
Yeah. I mean, my opinion is you should absolutely be pragmatic about testing, because what I find when I'm going back to some of my older code bases at work is I'm changing the code because it's like a new feature, and of course I should update the tests because the features have changed, but I often just find myself like changing, I don't know, like the names of files or the locations of files, or like the fact that this element just like moved one element down. And so it's like the tests aren't exactly helping. It's more of a hindrance and more like grunt work, I feel like. But maybe you can write better tests. I don't know.
No, I've experienced the same thing where the features are changing constantly, or something about what you just done is entirely different from what you wrote test against.
Yeah, and so then you have to go through and either delete the tests or rewrite the tests. But I don't know. And most places that do write like a lot of tests, like testing is part of coding. Like you don't consider something done unless it is tested. But yeah, that's a whole nother topic. And but I do agree you should be pragmatic about it. Like you should test the things that need to be tested and don't just test everything.
Yeah.
Zachary is saying, struggling with MongoDB after using Homebrew to install it. I can't locate the default data/db location. Can I create that data storage location under a different directory? You actually can. There's a command line flag you can pass to it. Ask this question on our Discord, and somebody can probably help you out. Wait, that's not it. Here. If you do bang Discord, you should get the link to Discord. Searching for ads during a stream is not as smart. We could have had some bad results. Hello, Anaboth. Welcome. Cool. Those are some nice emojis, Stan. Appreciate it. We need to start coding. I'm almost through. I feel like once this number start to get lower, people start sending more messages. A map app where you can add a pin at the good candy houses. Ooh, for trick or treaters.
Or like a heat map for who has like full candy bars.
Like or just like the good candy.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like I don't know.
Is that basically?
Yeah.
What candies do you hate for Halloween candies?
Wrong question.
What's the right question?
All candy. Well, candy corn's pretty gross.
I don't like candy corn. Yeah. Okay.
Apples.
Who gives out apples? Have you?
No.
I don't know. JavaScript eye test. The font gets smaller the more you indent the code. There we go. Bugflex has all the idea. Alka says, I know what CJ likes. How? No, I think I know how. Rabbitworks is saying, basically a reusable input component, but I want to be able to differentiate the names of them since they are 4 different fields, but in Vue DevTools, they all show up as the same named component. Oh, were you asking a question earlier about how to do it? I don't know. Maybe reiterate. Slavko is saying, hey CJ, what is your day like? I'm interested in your organization. Let's take another stretch. And actually, I think we'll take a quick break after this just to get out of our chairs and walk around. I mean, we're an hour and a half in. We've gotten some work done. We've also answered a lot of questions in the chat, but we restructured. We have at least one passing test. We installed dependencies.
True. I'm gonna push this out, I think.
Oh yeah, you should. Yeah, so commit it and push it up.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Get those GitHub points.
There you go. Slavko is asking, what is your day like? I'm interested in your organization. I feel like I don't have the energy to do much after working from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
I feel you.
Yeah, it's it depends on your job. Like I currently I love my job currently, like my full-time job, and my work lets me work from home pretty much whenever I want to or need to, and for me, like I have a lot more energy at the end of the day if I'm able to be in my house when I'm working. Just because for me it's a much more comfortable place, and I am a lot more productive. I'm not really interrupted by anything that's happening around me because I'm like the only one here. And so for me, that's probably why I'm able to like stream in the mornings and in the evenings and have a full-time job. But yeah. Don't
let work burn you out.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. Like if you are able to search for another job where you can be happy and you can not feel totally drained at the end of the day. Probably should.
It's okay to say no to your manager too. You can totally do that.
Have you had that experience recently, or like you're being asked to do too much? Or
I used to bend over backwards, work on weekends, work early and late days, and it came to a point where we just started saying no, and everyone just said, "Oh, okay."
That's awesome. Yeah.
So really hating ourselves after that.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, were you getting paid overtime, or
no?
It's unfortunate. Slavko says, "You're really grinding it. Think it would be awesome if you made some soft skills videos on stuff like managing time." Yeah, I guess I'm also just weird. Like, I love teaching and I love streaming and talking to everyone. So for me, like, this isn't work. It's like it energizes me. I don't know. The VS Code theme that you use, could you pull it up real quick?
Yep.
I'm interested.
Here we go.
One Dark Pro. And it's actually inspired by Atom. Did you use Atom for a while?
Yeah, I started with Atom, and then I wanted the exact theme when I moved to VS Code. And this comes with a bunch, I think, so it's kind of neat. I think you can... there's a way to go through them pretty quick. I don't remember.
Cool. TED for life. Hello, Alvin. Welcome. I got started with the API using weather APIs. They're very in-depth, free, and have real data that I'm personally interested in. Yeah, that's a great way. So, like, if you're maybe building front-end apps and you're looking for data sources, weather APIs are great. Faster at TDD compared to browser manual tests. I think that's the thing, and that's where testing can save you time at the beginning. Because if you're constantly, like, change some code, go to the browser, fill out the form, click submit, it's broken. Go back to your code, change some things, go back to the browser. Like, that's where automated tests help, because they can automatically spin up the browser and automatically put some predefined text in the inputs that prevents all that manual work. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I did talk about Candice earlier today. I was watching InstaFluff all day. He made a Candy recognizer using one of the Microsoft Azure APIs. So he trained it on a bunch of pictures of candy, and then you could send it any picture, and it would try to detect what kind of candy was in that picture.
Oh, that's cool.
It was pretty sweet.
Wait, do you have a favorite candy?
I like Haribo colas.
Interesting.
Yeah. Now it's more like a coding talk show, and I'm loving it as a podcast. I appreciate that. Yeah, but we are writing code too. We're gonna get back to it. It's there. All right, I'm going to get through these messages, and then we're going to take a break. So I feel like I need to write a kata on Coding Wars about how much code gets written based on the other number of viewers to a live stream. I'm not sure I understand this question. I'm also starting to fade. I may turn off the chat and we just code through this thing. I don't know. Coding with a ladder diagram as a challenge. Interesting. I have tried Electron before. Yeah, if you search my channel, you can see some of the things that I've built with it. Coding.garden/videos. And just search for Electron. So I built a Jeopardy app with it. We built a clipboard history manager. I built a desktop previewer thing. I think it's really sweet. I think it's great that you can use web technologies to build desktop apps. Yeah. Eddie is saying, what ends up happening is after features start getting added, people start ignoring the tests, and you end up with legacy tests. Yeah, that's the other thing. So, like, if you're not constantly running your tests, like, or if you don't have a CI system that runs them, or they're not run on every commit, now you have, and you want to start using them, now you have a bunch of outdated tests, and that's not ideal. See you later, Patrick. Thanks for tuning in. Coding Garden with CJ, we never got to hear that story about you being frustrated with your React on the podcast. I actually don't know what Brooks is talking about, but maybe he can remind me. I don't know. It could have been like when I learned about Vue.js, and I was just like, what are we doing with our lives? Like, why is everyone writing React? Like, you're all insane. Like, when there's something like Vue. I don't know. I don't know if that was the scenario. Is it possible to apply REST API to HTML and CSS files? This is an interesting question. Not really. So HTML and CSS run inside of the browser, whereas a REST API is something that's running on the back end and responds to HTTP requests. So yeah. It definitely helps when there is a great chat to code along with. Hey, chat. What do you think about having tons of extension on your VS Code for various languages and formatting stuff? I use a lot of extensions. They don't seem to slow VS Code down. What about you?
I'm the opposite. I rebooted my computer because it was slow and deleted all my extensions.
Works for me. I Speak English is saying, is this similar to a day at work, coding and chatting with coworkers, getting some code done? I think it varies. I mean,
This right here?
yeah, what's happening right now?
For me, not as much talking.
Do you ever like pair at work?
We do like code reviews, which turn into pairing sessions because we don't push branches. So we just push straight to our develop branch, and then before we push, we have a code review. We pretty much, if it doesn't look good, we'll then pair.
Interesting. So you don't do feature branches?
Not really.
Okay.
We've got no way to test branches either, so that's where bottleneck is.
Mahidra says, after I get a job, I will start my YouTube channel called Coding Garden with Mahidra. Think of 50 Coding Garden channels. It will be amazing. I mean, I wouldn't mind. It'd be totally fine. Also, if you don't have good requirements, specified tests are pointless. Yeah, like if you don't know what the app should do and you're writing tests, they could be testing for something totally different. She is asking, this is the last question, and then we're going to take a break. I've been struggling with moving around arrays to different objects while persisting the objects with local storage. Anything I should look into? So a lot of times when I'm working with local storage, I will essentially just have like one place where I stringify the object and write it to local storage. That is if you're really just working with one really big object. And so like every time it changes, stringify it, write it to local storage, versus pulling it out of local storage every time you need it, and then updating it and then putting it back. So I essentially keep like an in-memory version of that variable, make the updates on that variable, and then every now and then just stringify it and write it to local storage. I guess it varies. It depends on your application, but that's typically what I do. Yeah. I think you can use import with Express using Babel. You can. There's a thing called Babel node. Babel? Babel. And this lets you write latest JavaScript with Node. I don't actually like it because you still technically have to transpile your code. But I don't know. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. 10-minute break? I don't know. Roughly 10-minute break.
Sure.
And then when we come back, we will write some tests and refactor.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. See you soon. Hello, friends. We're back. All right, I'm going to catch up on the chat. And Phil and I discussed, and we need to write some code. So we're going to do our best to not get distracted. So this is a question that Alvin asked earlier. So can you use REST APIs with login, authentication, password hashing, HTML form validation? So the REST API portion of it would be authentication and like password hashing. Form validation would be on the front end. But technically, anything you're submitting in that form, you should validate on the back end as well. Say that. Popcorn. Tom Petty. It's great. My Friday's pretty good. How's your Friday?
It's cool.
We're here.
I like it.
Awesome. And Saturday will be fun too. Can you do the same things you can do with a front-end framework like React and the use of REST APIs? Can you apply those same concepts to HTML and CSS? Yeah, so I mean, you can absolutely build a website with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript and not use React. You can still contact REST APIs, just like using fetch built into the browser or XML HTTP request. Yeah, like React is not required. React exists because it technically makes it easier, more manageable to work on larger front-end code bases. But yeah, but it's absolutely possible. I mean, you can see some of the videos on my channel, like coding.garden/videos. Like for example, like this very website that you're looking at, if you search for I think it's like YouTube API proxy. So in this video, I build this video searching website, but there's a Node and Express backend that we build, but the front end is just HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. There's nothing special about this. This isn't React. This isn't Vue. So you absolutely can do that.
You've even built a fake version of React, Angular, and Vue with vanilla JavaScript.
Yeah, so yeah, we'll check that out too. That's on my channel.
Like fake routing or whatever.
Well, it's not fake. I mean, it's I basically implemented those things from scratch. So I showed like React Router, how does that thing work? And I built it from scratch. Or like if we have this idea of components and swapping them out, how does that work? You search for MVC. So vanilla.js MVC. This is actually a more recent one. This just happened probably like a month ago, September 20th. Less than a month ago. But in this 27-minute video, I basically build like a small version of Vue or a small version of React from scratch with vanilla JavaScript. So you can check that out too. Vanilla.js MVC. And yeah, and I build a router. We build like swapping components in and out. Yeah. At the end of the day, it's all JavaScript.
Just code.
It's just code. Thanks for the follow, ACKHPs. Welcome. See you later, Anton. Thanks for tuning in. You're very welcome. Thank you, Slapko. Yeah. Mainly just coding. I mean, recently I actually have been involved in like sales meetings, and basically like I'm the engineering representative in sales and different meetings like that. But yeah. Yes. That camera's clicking. Yeah. I was so confused for a second. I was just listening to some music and the song started to talk about React. Yeah, you just had us open in another tab. Welcome back to reality. Cool. All right, so we're going to get back to coding. Wait, there it is. At this point, I think what we're going to do is we're going to write some tests for the auth routes. And then we can start refactoring once we have those tests. So let's do it. If we take a look at the index.js in the auth folder, let's test I guess first we'll just test the get route because that's easy enough, right?
Yep.
It'll be very similar to our other test. So let's create a file in here called auth.test.js. And honestly, you can just copy exactly what we have in app.test.js. It's going to be very similar. I think the only difference is, yeah, how we require in the app, because you have to go up one directory. Yep. And for on line 6, we're describing, and actually, one thing we should do is like describe the route itself that we're testing. So I would say get, like all caps GET space /. So these are tests describing gets on the / route.
Cool.
And very similarly, it should respond with a message. If you take a look at the route itself, let's see what message it should respond with. Auth router working. Should we give it a better message?
Sure.
What do we say?
Something at least with an emoji.
Okay. Well, let's just say like, hello Auth.
I'm down.
Cool. And then we could do like a lock and a key emoji. Yeah.
Cool.
Very good. So I guess let's just copy this message, because we are going to make sure that the get response on that route responds with this message. Cool. And the one thing we do have to change is on line 9, we're no longer getting /, we're getting /auth, I believe. Let's try it, because if not, the test will break, and then we'll know we need to fix it. Yep, so let's see. We'll run the tests. Should respond with a message. No, that's app. Or is it?
Is the script actually getting everything?
It might not be, yeah. So I think it's only running this test. Though it says, oh no, because this is the logger, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, let's also rename this one to be get /. Let's call this like app get /. Cool. And then so yeah, we might need to add a glob to our testing script. So we'll say **/*. So that will .test.js. So that should find all the test files in any nested directory.
Cool. So that was the auth. Or is this different?
No, now it's testing both of them. It only says one passing test though.
Let's fail one.
Yeah, good call. So let's go to the auth tests. So it's like 500? Because technically we should have 2 passing tests, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But 0 passing.
Oh, this should actually be get /auth. Yeah, it's not running all of our test files. Maybe because it's only running the ones that have changed since the last time. Let's get rid of this -- watch. And if this doesn't work, we're going to go to the Mocha docs and figure out what's happening. Yeah, it's only running the auth test. It's not running the app test. Weird. Does anybody have a solution? On the package JSON, you need to do mocha /*. So we're doing something like that. Yeah, let's just try it without the test.js. Source /*. There we go. Thank you. Who was that? Thank you, Jesus. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jesus.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes, so we have a passing test for the get route in the app, and we have a passing we have a failing test which we're about to make passing for a get request on /auth. So we'll go to the auth tests. Expect it to be a 200 status code. We need to add that watch again, so let's kill it. Go to the package JSON, add the -- watch. Here we go. 2 passing tests. All right. Now we should test the sign up route.
All right.
So let's take a look at the code itself, and let's just see what this thing is doing. And that kind of does remind me, we will need to create a test database for this. So it's a post request on /signup. It validates the body. So I think we should probably have like a failing test first. Like it should validate that username does not contain special characters, something like that.
Cool.
So let's do that.
Okay.
So inside of the describe, well, yeah, you're right. Let's do a separate test suite. Well, I guess what we could do is like get, like this describes auth, and then we have lots of its inside of here.
It blocks do the methods or functions.
You could do it two like different ways, but I think we should go this route, so that way everything's just kind of in one test suite. So it.
Is this a sign up? So
wait, you know what?
Post?
No, I changed my mind. Sorry.
Okay.
Because now we have a test suite for each route, because each route is going to have quite a few tests. Because now if we describe post /sign up, there's going to be quite a few different things that we're testing for, and those will all go in this test suite. So I think that makes sense. Okay. So let's do a test saying it should validate
special characters.
It should not allow special characters in the username. Cool. And then we're going to set it up very similarly to the one above it. So basically we have a response equal to requesting on the app. And yeah, make sure we await it. And actually, so as a part of it on the next line, we just do dot post, and then the route that we're posting to. Cool. And then I believe you can do on the next line dot send. And that's where we will specify the object of all the stuff that we're sending. So inside this object, let's say the username is that.
Cool.
And well, actually, I mean, there are other things we're validating against as well, because we have something like the password has to be at least 10 characters.
Yep.
So really, let's start even more simpler than this. So it should require a username, because if we send this request with an empty body, it's going to say, hey, the username is missing. So that should work. One thing that we do want to do is specify the content type. Let's take a quick stretch. Okay. Let's try to find an example of a post. Yeah, so that's sending form encoded data. That's using fields. Here we go. Yeah, post, send. It's doing a set on the accept header, but our backend doesn't really care about the accept header. It's always just going to send back JSON. So I think technically that should work.
Okay.
So on... Actually, do expect 200. So on, like right here, because this should fail, and then we'll see what the actual status code is whenever, and what the actual error message is whenever we don't send a username. Yeah?
Down.
All right, so let's see what error we get in the tests. 422, unprocessable entity.
Perfect.
Address already in use. Do we have like the backend trying to run somewhere? I feel like so we got rid of app.listen. Right, this isn't listening anymore. I'm just gonna search everywhere for listen. There should just be one. Yeah.
Yep.
And we're not requiring this file anywhere, I don't think.
I don't think so.
So that shouldn't try to listen on a port. I don't know if you have it like running in the background or something like that.
I don't think so.
I don't know. Okay. But in this case, we should expect the status code to be 422. And we should expect the response body. So let's say expect response dot message dot to equal and this is going to be the validation message. I think that this is not actually going to be the unprocessable entity. This is going to be something more useful, but yeah, let's just do that for now, and let's see what the actual error message is. Expected undefined to equal. So let's see. Response.body.message. All right. Expected username is required to equal empty string. So that's the actual error message that we're sending back. So that's what we want to expect against.
Cool.
Awesome. Curious why that's happening. Uncaught error outside the test suite. I feel like is the test runner accidentally running this file here? Because that's what's listening. I mean, do we need to say only look at test files? I don't know. Let's see what the chat has to say. Thanks for the follow, French Drop. I have it. I'm gonna look up the Mocha docs. Mocha documentation. Mochajs.org. Getting started. Yeah, so this creates a test directory. I mean, like, what if we literally just said Mocha? Oh, wait. Sorry. Oh. Include subdirectories? That's kind of what I did before, I thought.
Yeah, I think so. We did do star test.js, though.
Well, I would think it would want to do that because then we wouldn't run files that aren't test files.
Mm-hmm.
See, that only has 2 passing tests. Is that the right number of tests?
In the post auth, it might be.
Yeah, because this is missing the app ones. Oh, because this I think this glob says go into directories, and the fact that this is at the top level, it doesn't find it.
Oh.
I think so.
Could we watch on? Could you do it or?
What if we just said Mocha? No tests filed for. What if we do that? Because then it doesn't look in the directories.
Yeah.
So source/star.test.js space source/star/star.test.js. So this should look at the root
dash dash space dash star space dash.
So that should look at the root and in any nested directories. I think that's the winner because that now won't run files that don't have test in their name. Yeah, let's do that.
Cool.
We have 3 passing tests. Awesome. Okay, so we are testing that it should require a username. Let's like copy paste that test, and we want to make sure that it well, let's just do the it. It should require a password. So like now if we send a password, so like, well, actually just send a username, not a password. And this is like test user. Sure. And then the error should be password is required.
Prove it.
We have 4 passing tests. Should require a username, should require a password. Great.
Cool.
And so at this point, we're making sure that like we could test the further validations for like special characters and stuff like that. But I think we should just test that it should create a user that signs up.
Yeah.
Because that way like we get going.
Yep.
And for that, we should create a test database. So that's on our to-do list. Because when it creates the user, it's going to need to insert them.
Yep.
So let us do this.
Is that going to be a script associated with npm test?
Potentially. So like either we can have a script, or in our test file, we might not actually need a script, because what we can do is in here, this is always connecting to this database.
Yep.
But what we can say is if the environment is test, then connect to a different database.
Okay.
What is this complaining about? Monk should be listed in the project's dependencies. Do you not have it in dependencies?
Maybe not dev?
It should just be... Oh, you're missing. It's not here. It's probably installed locally. It's just not in the package.json. So, install Monk for step. Cool. And now that we have Monk...
everything's broken.
Yeah, so do you already have .env? You do have .env in this project. Can I look at this .env? Is there anything special in there?
No.
Default admin password tokens here. Cool. So I think we should add an environment variable for test database. Yeah, and let's also add one for database while we're at it. So we'll have, test DB, and let's call it like DB URL, DB underscore URL, and we'll have test DB underscore URL. Cool. And then what we can do is in the DB file, let's just take this value here, and that is going to be our DB URL. And then we'll create another one for test, and let's just call it auth from scratch dash test. Or we could do test dash auth from scratch. Yeah, regardless. So
that's cool.
Awesome. So now we have a test database and a regular database. And I mean, technically we could create a separate env for the test environment. Another thing we can do is just have like an if statement here in the file here. So we could say something like let db URL, and that's just a variable. Actually, let it equal process.env.db underscore URL. Yeah, so by default, it's that. But then we can say if process.env.node.env in all caps.
One word?
Underscore env. Sorry. Is equal to test in quotes. So yeah, if our environment is test, then db URL equals process.env.test db URL. Is that what we called it?
Yep.
Cool. And then line 9, we just pass in the db URL. Cool.
Cool.
So that's good, but now we need node.env to be test when we're running our tests. So for that, in our package JSON, we can actually just throw that on the test script. So on line 11, just say at the beginning of the line, right there, node_env equals test. And then no spaces.
String text or
just test like that.
Test.
So that will do it. So basically this sets the environment variable when this is spinning up. So when Mocha starts, the environment's going to be test. It'll connect to our test database.
Cool. Okay.
Dope. So
yeah,
we've got those. Good to go. And then now what we'll do in our test, here, what we can do is we can have like a before each, so or like before all. So before any of these tests run, we can basically just drop the entire users collection in case there's anything in there. So let's do that here. So do a before all. I think maybe it's just before. Then you can pass in a function. And what we should do is require the DB, like the connection file into this file.
That comes from the connection directory.
From the DB and then the file inside of it called connection. So yeah, here, then go to DB and then /connection. Yep. And that's actually going to complain about like not enough spaces. Put that there. So we have our DB, and then now in the before, and actually let's go ahead and just create a users variable. So right after line 5, say like const users equals db.get users, in quotes, because we're referencing the users collection. And then now in the before, I think we can just say await users dot remove, maybe, and then pass in an empty object, because that means like literally remove all the users. And we'll make the before an async function. So in front of those there. Cool. Yeah. Let's actually look at the Monk documentation to make sure remove is a thing.
Okay.
Monk docs. That one. Oh, I mean, technically we could drop it. Drop the collection from the database, removing it permanently. New accesses will create a new collection. Let's do that. Okay. So instead of users.remove, we'll say users.drop. So before any of these tests run, it's going to drop the entire collection. So just in case there were any existing users in there, they're now gone. And that way, like when we try to sign up, because the tests are always going to sign up with the same user, if that user was already in the database, the second time the tests run, stuff would fail. So this gets rid of them, and we won't run into that. Cool. So before, drop the database. Now let's write a test that actually attempts to sign up a user. So it should sign up the user or create the user. Let's make sure that's an async function. And then it's going to be a very similar test. There's my break timer. Let's take a quick stretch. Ooh. Okay. Yes, it'll be very similar. I'm going to catch up on the chat while you're doing all of that.
All right.
And we'll talk about it.
Cool.
Admin password not being 123. What a shame. I'm not using a VPN right now, but I do use a VPN. I use private internet access. DA is asking, is there a website where I can pay an expert to pair with to walk me through the stuff I'm doing wrong? Yeah, actually. I think it's actually called Code. Is it called Code Mentor?
I don't know.
Well, I don't know if this is what I was searching for, but it is a thing. Codementor.io. I feel like I might have signed up on this site. But yes, so go to find a mentor. I'm looking for a web programming mentor, looking for a node.js mentor. And then mentors can actually list their rates. So this person is $20 for 15 minutes of their time. It has ratings on here, so this might be where to start. I have personally never used it, but I'm sure other things like this exist online too, where basically you can pay people by the hour. Go that way. Is that a fruit fly?
I think so.
I don't know what it's doing in the basement. There's no fruit down here. So yeah, something like this might help you out. Oh, Begun might help you out. Cool. Yeah, and thanks for the tip, Jesus. We eventually figured it out. So it's like the pattern we were using wasn't finding the initial test file, but once we added both, it was good. Hello, French Drop. Welcome to the stream. Yeah. That's how they mentioned, because you're from a Spanish-speaking country. Yeah, it is Jesus, right? Isn't it? Jesus will have the answer. Ratworks is asking, is there any reason other than standard practice for us to not allow special characters in usernames? I know that some of the people like taking advantage of Auth characters for style. I never really thought about it too much, but I mean, as long as you're escaping your inputs, you shouldn't really run into issues. You'll probably run into issues. Like if you have, like your database might not like that there are special characters in the username.
I've had a case where there was like HTML injection after inputting the greater than and less than in a form, and our database took it and gave it back and just rendered.
And so it actually, I mean, that's technically cross-site scripting, because they could have added a script tag as their username, or like what field was it? Was it username or? It
didn't matter. It just rendered HTML. Oh. But I tried doing a script. That part didn't work.
Okay, so at least that was stripped.
Yeah.
Out. Okay. But there are other ways, like you could technically add an image tag with like an on-error attribute. Did any of that work?
No, I didn't know that one.
Did the image work though?
No. Okay. Well, I don't think I tried it.
Okay. But I mean, I think it's mainly just for consistency. Like you don't want weird things, because if your front end is vulnerable to things like cross-site scripting where it tries to render a user's name when they have like special HTML characters, you definitely want to avoid that. Yeah. Cool. Why don't I use Vim? Love it, hate it, it's boring. It's not, I mean, I do use the mouse, but like if you watch me in VS Code, I have keyboard shortcuts. Every now and then I'll reach for the mouse, but I can get the majority of things done with just regular keyboard shortcuts. I don't like Vim because it is configuration based. Have you ever used Vim?
I've tried.
Do you know anyone at your work? Do they use Vim?
There is one boss who I think he knows how to use it, but I don't know. He's really cool. I like him.
Okay. So I don't like the fact that basically your entire Vim setup, you have to have everything like customized and memorized. And so like one person's Vim setup is not the same as another person's Vim setup. Whereas with something like VS Code, all of the keyboard shortcuts are fairly standard. I can sit down at any VS Code instance and be able to code the way I want to code. And I can get very good autocomplete and IntelliSense without much work. I know that you can get those things working with Vim, but it requires a lot of configuration, whereas using an editor like this, it just works. So like that's my preference. I know that people do like Vim. And I know the basic commands in Vim. Like if I'm administering a server and I need to modify a file, I can do that. Yeah. Yeah, I think the */ said like go into directories to grab the test files, which is good. Yeah. I pronounced it correctly. That's good. So Jan tried to cross-site script me. Let's see what he did. Tried to add an image with a source of X. Oh. Cool. All right, let's keep on coding.
Cool.
All right, so we're sending, we're trying to create a new user. And actually, let's do this. So we're sending this object here. Let's store that in a variable. because the response should look exactly like that. So then we can reuse it. Let's do it inside of this test function. So like right in there.
Const new user equals this.
Sure. And then in our test, we'll send the new user. We expect a 200 status code, and then expect response.body to equal, let's just say new user. This should fail because a new user will have an ID.
Okay.
But let's see what happens.
Okay.
npm test. Oh, we're getting a token back too. Okay, so should create a new user. Expected object to equal. So those two properties were right, but it's also passing back the token because the way we have our auth set up is when you sign up, it actually logs you in on first sign up.
Yep.
So it's sending back the token. So that's great. I'm curious if there's some shy expectations we can do where we can say like expect that the object has a token property. Let's do that. Let's look at the Mocha the chai documentations. There we go, and we're doing BDD. So expect.
I'd imagine you'd have to like just grab the key.
Well, here we go. Expect object to have a property.
Oh.
Token. That would work. So so instead of to equal, so yeah, expect response.body to have a property, to have dot property, and then in quotes you can say token. And is that all that the sign up responds with? Is just the token?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Passing. Let's log the response though, just to be sure.
In the test?
Yeah. So just like right after line 44, let's log response dot body. Yeah, it should just be a object with a token property. Cannot. Wait, what? Before all hook should require a username. I guess it does it before each one. There we go. Yeah, it's just an object with a token property. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so
Cool.
That's some good tests right there. What are some other things we should test for in our auth sign up route? So sign up validates the body. So I think we should do another test after this and say should not allow a user with an existing username. That makes sense, right? So we'll make sure that it actually returns an error if we try to sign up with a user that has the username test user. So yeah, it's gonna be very similar. I'll let you handle that. See if there's any chats. Anaboth says PHP. Army is saying I have to use Vim for Git for Xcode development. I never know how to save and quit Vim. You can actually change your default editor. I'll show you what I do. So I have in my home directory a .git config file, and inside of it I have my editor set to Nano. So the Nano editor has more natural text editing, where when you start typing, it actually starts typing. And if you do this, whenever you get into that weird window with Git, it'll use Nano instead of Vim.
Someone asked me, how do you generate, or how do you make a developer generate a random string? And you just ask them to exit Vim.
Thanks for the follow, Nine Urges. Appreciate it. Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. Was this a attempt at SQL injection? No. So my chat client actually does render HTML, but I'm using a DOM Purify library to try to remove any potential things. There's a super chat from Rabbitworks. Not sure if the first super chat sent, but keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Rabbitworks. I appreciate you. Let me see. Yeah, I only see one donation on my dashboard. If I see another one, I'll refund you. I appreciate that. Good morning, Krishna. Woke up early just for you. Appreciate it. All right, friends, I must move on to other tasks for the evening. Everyone have a great night, day, and thank you for the shout out, CJ. Much love. Much love, Rabbitworks. We'll see you soon. There's that. How's your test going?
I think it's complete.
Okay, so should not allow a user with an existing username. So we're trying to sign up with the same user, and we're expecting that we get a 409 status code, and the message should be, that username is not unique. Please choose another one. Do you think this is going to work?
Yes.
Okay. I think it might not work because I don't...
Oh, because we reset the database every time.
I think this runs before every single test.
Yeah.
Instead of only running once.
Well, isn't there a before each?
I guess that's true.
Well,
okay, we'll see though.
maybe,
Here we go.
I don't know.
Oh, that broke. Let's try again. It worked.
Cool.
Nice job.
Weird.
So should not allow a user with an existing username. Very good. So that's awesome. Let's take a look at our route again. So we validate the body. We make sure that you can't have an existing user. I think that's about it, because then the user's password gets hashed. And yeah,
that errors for validation.
Yeah, this is the validation error. Sweet. So I think at this point, because we have these wonderful tests, now we can actually refactor this sign up route with confidence.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's do this. In the auth directory, let's create a controller file. So we're going to create a new file. We're going to call it auth.controller.js. Yep. And here's what we want to do. We want to take this entire request handler for signup, and we're going to put it in a separate file. But this is the point where I actually might want to refactor this into multiple middlewares. But
yes.
Yeah, we'll get there. Okay, so let's go ahead and put it in the controller file, and then we'll fix all that other stuff. So yeah, let's say const signup is my break timer. Oh.
Careful.
To go over here, click it. Yeah, so I do render some HTML, but I do strip it of potentially cross-site scripting things. It may still be vulnerable. We've had some fun with people trying to cross-site script me. Oh, okay, thanks, Rabbitworks. Hello, FSets, welcome to the stream. No worries at all. Okay, so we defined this signup function in a separate file. This is missing quite a few variables. I guess here's the thing. We also have our login route. And the login route is using some of the same variables. So should we write tests for the login route before we start refactoring it? Or should we duplicate our variables?
Let's write tests real quick.
Okay, here we go.
This.
It's going to be easy, yes.
Yep.
Because it's going to be very similar to our signup route. So
yep.
For the login route, it should validate the body very similarly. It should not allow a user to log in if their username is not found. It should validate the user's password, and it should respond with a token. It's probably like 5 or so tests, but it's going to be very similar. So we'll leave that file there for now. But that wants a new line. Yeah, that wanted a new line. But in here, Now we're going to create some very similar tests for auth slash login.
Login, yeah.
Login, yeah. So describe. Yeah, I think we did it with the name of the yeah. So like post slash auth slash login. There we go. So I think the issue here is we need to make sure that the user does exist in the database. So hopefully these tests run first, which creates that new user or that test user, and then we can try logging in with that test user here.
Okay.
If not, we'll have to figure something out. But I think that's how it should work. But first, we actually should just do very similar validation. And for the sake of time, I think we can just like copy the tests. So should require a username, should require a password. It's like exactly the same thing, but it's hitting a different route. I mean, technically, we could put this in a function, reuse it. It's for a later time. Okay, let's make sure that these tests are passing.
Maybe our error is different for the, well.
Oh, yes, it is, yeah. So in the case of login, when a validation error happens, I think we're being very generic about it. So it just says unable to log in.
Oh, for this one. What's the password is required from?
That's what we have here. So it's returning unable to log in, but we're getting the username is required or the password is required instead. Okay, and same thing for I think line 67, right?
Yeah. Right?
I think so. There goes that thing. Mongo error. Cannot perform operation. A background operation is currently running for a collection auth from scratch test.
Do we have to close the database?
Maybe. So like before all post auth sign up. That's happening here. Oh, we're trying to drop the collection and like it's still in use somewhere. I think that's what's happening. Can we potentially, instead of dropping the collection, just remove all the documents? Maybe that will help. Yeah, so let's just do remove and pass in an empty object, and that should remove all rows. Hopefully we don't run into that error again. We'll see. So, okay, so we've got some basic login tests. So right now we're checking that it does validation. What else do we need to test? Validates. Then the next thing is it should
exist.
Yeah, it should exist. So we need a test that says if you try to log in with someone that doesn't exist, we should get unable to log in. So it should only allow valid users to log in. Let's make this async, and then yeah, you got it.
New user or existing user?
I think you can just put the user in line because it should just be info that doesn't exist. So you do the post, send a user that doesn't exist, and we should get back and unable to log in.
Okay.
Look at that. What did you do exactly? You made the background really big. Oh, it's just a bunch of p tags.
Cool.
The message element has just lots of p tags.
Smart.
Not in a cross-site scripting though. Yeah, I think if you mix HTML and Markdown, oh wait, actually, I think that's my code attempting to insert the the emote. Cool. Good evening, Greg. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for subscribing on YouTube, Broden. I appreciate you. Oh, we got Comic Sans. Very good. Very good. Hello, Ahmed. Welcome to the stream. Ahmed is asking, what SQL ORM do you use usually? So I typically reach for Connects. So Connects is a query builder. It is not an ORM. So this is a fairly low-level library that allows you to do like migrations for your tables. It has a pretty good query interface for doing like selects and joins. It's very similar to SQL. It's like writing SQL but with JavaScript. And so I really like that. But for an actual ORM, I use Objection.js. And Objection is built on top of Connects. But Objection has a really cool way of doing things. Models can actually use JSON schemas to define the models themselves. You would do all of your table creation and migrations with Connects, but then this gives you a higher level querying interface. So you can do things like have relations, like this table has many of some other table, and it's pretty sweet. But that's my preferred one. I use Sequelize at work, and I really don't like it. Any new project that we do, I'm gonna try to use Objection. Yeah. See you later, Army. Thanks for tuning in. Is this an input box? Oh yeah, an input with a value of blank. Sweet. Hello world. Yeah, we disabled text areas because text areas allow you to specify rows and columns, and so like somebody put a text area in here that like took up the entire screen. It's so I couldn't do anything. Yeah. Cool. All right. What do you got for us?
I wrote a test with, I think, an existing user.
Okay, so
although
should only allow valid users to log in. Well, I was thinking of testing a non-valid user first.
But then, how does that differ from the first test?
Like these two?
Oh, I guess it just requires one at all. Okay.
Yeah, because both of these are like try logging in without a username and password, try logging in without a password. Now we're going to try to log in with a username and a password, but they're not valid.
Got it. So you want...
Yes, but we should try to pass in a password as well. Because like these are the same error is technically happening, but it's happening for a different reason.
Yeah.
And make sure, I guess, the password is longer than 10 characters. Yeah. So, yeah, because this technically fails because there's no password. This should fail because there is no user with that information.
Okay.
So, it's still passing.
Cool.
Now, we'll try to log in with a valid user. So, basically, this, but we're going to send the user information of the user that we created in the sign up here. And actually, I would say we can take that, pull it outside of this describe, so that way we can use it in both describes. So like put it right about, yeah, why not? Right there. And then in our login route, we're going to attempt to send the new user. And then now to test it on line 83, just pass in a new user instead of that object. And this should respond with a 200 status code. And we should expect response.body to have property token. Will it work? Do you think it's going to work?
I have a good feeling.
Worked. Sweet. That's great. To test this all working in, let's kill it, rerun the tests, and they should all still pass. Look at I love seeing the passing tests just like scroll down, you know? Beautiful.
Although that's a slippery slope because you slip into depression when you can't get them green.
Get the test to pass.
Yeah.
Cool. So, yeah, this is a valid user. That's awesome. Great. Anything else we need to test in this route file? So, we could potentially try with an inactive user. We don't really have the tests going for an admin to update the user to be inactive. I think we're good.
Yeah.
I think we're good. So now that we are testing both, like, all the routes in this file, so we're testing the slash route, the sign up route, the login route. Now we can start to refactor this stuff. So let's do that. So first step, we're basically going to take the... Actually, let's even start here. So let's take this request handler.
Wait, we have one that's queued up already.
Oh, we do. In the auth controller. Here it is. Have we changed anything?
No, we just copied and pasted it here and assigned it to the constant.
Okay, so I think we need to do the same thing for all the others. So
okay.
Basically, and also probably take most of the things that are required in here and all the variables we create and put that in the controller file instead.
Okay.
Because now the route file, is going to end up being very, very simple. It's just going to be router.get, and we'll say like controller.get. And then sign up, and we'll say controller.signup, and all the other stuff is going to be in the separate file. So
cool.
Cool. So you can refactor. I'll see if anybody has things to say.
All right.
Broden says, I subbed because of the leaflet React map app video you built, and then just checked out what other videos you had and saw you were live coding. This is great. Oh, thanks, Broden. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, the marquee tab works. Is that what it is? Marquee.
Nice.
Whee. Good night, Meeper. Thanks for tuning in.
Night.
Said, nice work, CJ and Phil.
Nice work to you too. What'd you call the first controller?
Just get.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, because it's the get route.
Wasn't sure if that was too
ambiguous.
Yeah.
it could be. Yeah.
Wait a minute. This is.
You had already done that one. No need to copy and paste.
Did you Control Z all that stuff back?
No, because the sign up is at the top.
I thought I cut it from here earlier. Oh, okay.
I think you Control Z.
Touche.
Thumbs up, Wolfgang. Thanks for tuning in.
Thumbs up, dude.
I'm gonna hide that.
Okay.
Look at you go, Phil. And now basically, like, all the functions that are defined in here, yeah, we really need to pull them into that file as well. Cool. So we're basically just taking all of those functions, all the things, pulling them in here. Because you minimize them.
Trying to make sure I got the right ones.
And so now our routes file is looking very clean. It's just describing routes. It's doing really what it should be doing. But we do need to take the schema and the database thingy and all those other things that aren't used. We need to pull those into that file. Probably at the top, because everything needs to use them.
Okay. Schema, check. Database, and this stuff.
Yep. Yeah, this router file becomes very simple. It's now just concerned with routing.
Cool.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, so make sure you pull all that stuff in. And then the last thing is we need to pull this controller file into our routes file. So let's do that right about there. Cool. And are we missing anything?
Probably.
So this is where our tests come into play. Let's run our tests. Oh no, something went wrong.
Ooh.
Let's find the error. Router.get requires a callback function, but got undefined. So what that's saying is controller.get is undefined. Controller.signup is undefined. Controller.login is undefined. Why is it undefined?
Because
we didn't export it.
Oh.
Yeah, so in the controller file, we need to make sure that, like, down here at the bottom, we have ourselves a module.exports, and we're actually exporting those functions. So yeah, set it equal to an object, and then we'll throw get, login, and sign up in there. Cool. And
comma jinx.
Comma jinx. Okay. And now, do we have 10 passing tests? We have 10 passing tests.
Yo.
We can refactor with confidence. Sweet. So basically all we did was take the code that was in this file and pull it into the other one. But one thing we should also do is I think we should rename this index file to be auth.routes.js so we can describe what it actually does. Auth.routes.js. Cool. And then VS Code is nice enough to automatically update the import. So if you say yes, ultimately that should have updated our app.js because app.js requires in the auth routes.
Cool.
Yeah. So yeah, that's required in and used right there. Very good.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, this is looking nice. So we have our routes file. It's very clean. It describes what are the auth routes. We then have our controller file. Not so clean. There's a lot of stuff going on here.
Yeah.
So the next thing that I want to refactor is to create a model file. So all of the database related code, so things like users.find, I guess that's kind of the only database query we use. So we have users.find1. There's this stuff too. And then we have users.insert. It's actually not so bad. I think what we should do though is refactor this to be multiple middlewares because we had talked about doing that. Let's look at our checklist here. So folder by feature structure, and basically what we mean by that is the auth folder has all of the things in it. So it has auth.controller, auth.routes, auth.test. Later on in the API folder, we'll have a folder for notes. And inside of there, we'll have notes.controller, notes.routes, notes.test, notes.model, that kind of thing. So we're going down that path, which is good. We've got ourselves at least a controller file. I think we'll refactor the middlewares and then see if we want to extract like a model file. Okay. But I think we're doing good. We're doing good.
We got one more check to create the test DB.
Oh yeah, we did that, huh?
Yeah.
Checking boxes. Click me. Oh no!
Uh-oh.
I should not have just clicked it. I should have inspected. Where does it go? Just submits the form, so it goes to itself. That was a close one. Eddie is saying, nice, you guys should become QA devs. I don't know. A lot of developers write their own tests, which is cool.
Yeah.
What do we got? HTTP bin, basic auth, user, password. Oh.
Whoa.
Dude, some trickery. Is that because it potentially loads that file? I don't know. Cool.
Throwing them at ya.
Okay. So we're doing good here. Here's let's kind of do this one at a time. So let's first work on the sign up route.
Okay.
So basically what we're going to do is, because this request handler has like this if statement, break timer, and then we'll get into it.
Okay.
Okay, so this request handler has this if statement. So if there is no error, then move on to the next thing. But if there was an error, respond with that error. So what we can do is turn this into a middleware function. So we can create a middleware function called validate user. And the validate user middleware function will basically say, if it's a valid user, go on to the next thing. Otherwise, respond with an error. So let's do just that. Right here, let's create a function called valid user, or validate user. You can do like the const thing very similarly. Validate user. And a middleware is just like a request handler. It has rec, res, and next. So we'll put those as arguments to the function.
Okay.
And then we can kind of just take our code. So you can like take those 2 lines, put them in the function. For now, you can just copy them because we'll remove them once we've got the thing working. Okay, well, you cut them. It's okay.
There.
Yeah, so you have the result, and we'll say like if not result dot error. So if there was no error, then go on to the next thing. So you just invoke the next function. Cool. Else, that's where we'll do our error stuff. So if you scroll down and grab the error here, send the error back to the client right there. That goes in our else statement. Cool. So now we have this handy validate user function. The cool thing about it, though, is we're doing this exact same logic in signup and in login.
Yeah.
So now that we have this middleware, we can reuse it in both. But let's do this. Let's export validate user from the controller file. And actually, I mean, should we technically... Maybe we should create a separate file called like auth.middlewares.
Could we add it to the existing middleware?
Yeah, because these middlewares are like check token set user, is logged in, is admin. Let's do it. Let's rename that to be auth.middlewares.
Plural?
Yeah, because there's multiple. I don't know. Are the other ones singular?
Cool with it. I don't know. Probably not. This is great.
Okay, that's fine, yeah. And then let's take that validate user middleware that we just wrote and put it in this file.
Okay.
Yes. Throw it at the bottom. Fine. Cool. One issue is that this needs the schema. Let's actually create another file called auth.schema.js. Creating all kinds of files.
Okay.
And let's take the schema and put it in this file, so that way we can reuse it in multiple places. But basically, this schema object, we're going to take it, we're going to put it in auth.schemas. Cool. And make sure you require enjoy. And then let's export that schema.
Are we just gonna export one thing from here?
I think so, yeah. Because I mean, I guess technically you could do module.exports equals this thing right here, but that's fine too.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we have our schema. Now in our middlewares file, we need to require it in because we're using it right here. So up at the top of this file, let's bring in our schema. Schema. Require auth.schema. Great. And
Yes.
that function is good to go. Okay, so now what we can do is for the signup route, we're going to basically get rid of this wrapping if-else statement. So let's just do that. Let's get rid of the first part.
Oh boy.
Yep, kill it. And then go to the bottom and get rid of the else statement. Awesome. We can run our linter, which should fix that. Cool. So now this signup function doesn't do any validation, but we want the validation to run.
Yes.
So in our routes file, we're going to use our middlewares. So right about here, let's bring in our middlewares. Are you thinking about like the plural versus non-plural, or?
I just keep thinking about werewolves.
Oh, werewolf. Okay. Required, not required. Auth.middlewares. Great. So this is how middlewares work. So this specifically, we are working on our signup route. So for signup, what we're going to do right here is just say middlewares dot validate user. And now the user will always be validated before this signup function runs.
Man, that's cool.
And the cool thing is, like, we actually are going to be able to reuse that for the login function as well. But of course, we've moved a lot of code around, so let's make sure that our tests still pass.
What?
Yeah.
Damn.
Sweet. Okay, so we've got middlewares.validate user. While we're at it, let's do the same thing for login, right?
Yeah.
Because login does the same thing. Validate the user if there is no error. If there was an error, it calls show error. What does show error do?
It's a little different.
It's a little different. It does unable to log in. So what we could do is, because we want to have a different error message based on each one, we could kind of turn that middleware into something that accepts the error message that should be shown. Because this is just saying result.error. We can create a closure.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. So here's what we'll do. So we'll create a function that takes in the default error message, and then it returns that middleware function. So we're taking in a function, or we have a function that takes in a default error message and returns a function. So what we can do is we can say right here on the next, and actually we could take in default error message and default status code, because that's a 422. We're always doing a 422. Okay, so
There's a 409 somewhere.
let's see.
I think.
409. Maybe it's in oh, it's right here.
Yeah.
And that's separate, so that's okay.
Okay.
So here's what we're doing. This is a function that takes in the default error message and returns the middleware function. So what we'll say is, if default error message was defined, use that, else use the result of the validation. So now that our middleware function, why is this complaining? Oh yeah, it wants parentheses around it. So now that our middleware function takes in a default error message, we actually need to invoke it. So right here, validate user, we just invoke it, because the return of that invocation is the middleware function, right? Because before it was just this. Now it's a function that returns that. So when we invoke it, we're getting back the highlighted thing.
Yep.
Okay. But for the case of sign up, we don't want a default error message. So basically that's undefined. So when it comes in here, that's going to be undefined, and it's going to use the actual validation message. So that should still work. Yeah, still passing.
Cool.
But now we can reuse it for the login, but the default error message we want is unable to log in, right?
Yes.
So I think you got this. So on line 11, we can say middlewares.validate user, and we're going to pass in that error message, unable to log in. Nice. So now that's the default error message. So instead of showing the actual validation message, it's going to show that unable to log in message.
Neat.
Neato. But now we can remove that validation logic from our login function. So now on login, remove that stuff. Great. Scroll down. We can remove that else statement. I'm the designated auto fixer.
Thank you.
Cool. So are the tests passing? They're still passing. Just to be sure. Like, oh no!
Ooh.
Expected undefined to equal unable to log in.
Can you use an or statement the way you described?
I think so. So if default error message is defined, otherwise use result.error.
I thought that would return like a Boolean. The or operator.
I've used it for like
If else instead.
yeah. Well, you know what? We could also say like equals the empty string. I feel like that technically should kind of do the same thing. Okay. Expected undefined to be unable to log in. So we know for sure that it's failing for the login route.
Yeah.
Let's log like what is default error message. And actually, in our routes, we're calling validate user. We're invoking it with that string. So that should actually set default error message to be that string.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just console.log it. It's a string. It's not getting it. Oh no, there it is. Default error message.
Oh.
Unable to log in. Oh, because we need to create a new error. I think I get it, because in this function we have show error, this actually creates a new error.
Okay.
And I think in the case of the validator, result.error actually is an error.
Okay, so
we can't just pass in a string. We need to create a new error.
Gotcha.
So yeah, this gets a little bit more tricky, but we'll say error equals, like, if default error message is a thing, then we'll create a new error with default error message. Else we'll use result.error. And then right here we'll pass in the error. So the fix here is if a string was just passed in, we need to create an error constructor, like create an instance of an error. Otherwise, we use the instance of an error which came from our validation library.
Groovy.
I think that's the winner. That's the winner.
Yes.
Rock and roll.
Man, that closure piece is real neat.
There you go. Let's catch up on the chat.
Getting me.
Yes, it was supposed to load the file and show a fake prompt for a user and password. I'm glad that it didn't. Feel like we need a set day where you remove one of the forbidden tags from DOM Purify. You know what? It would be fun, but what I'm thinking, like, I'm gonna be adding new features to this thing, and eventually users will be able to log in and send messages from this app. So at that point, I need to be much more careful about what is able to be sent, because you could potentially do some very tricky things with logged in users' information. That whole message might have gotten stripped out. Jesus says, you have a nice enough audience that you can click stuck that people sends. You're doing a good job. Yeah, I guess you're talking about people sending like random things, and they're being good about it. It's also always in good fun. Extreme programming at its best, says Wolfgang. Thanks for the follow, Wolfgang. I don't exactly have a schedule right now. I'm kind of just streaming on an ad hoc basis. But if you follow my YouTube channel, you can see when I upload new videos. Pretty soon, I'm going to announce a stream schedule. So yeah. That returns a bool and hi. I think I missed that message. Double quotes? Oh no. I think, like, ultimately we figured it out. Like, we were basically sending back just a string, and a string doesn't have a message property, whereas the error object has a message property. Ultimately, that's what was happening. Kasaba, hello Kasaba, is saying, I would highly recommend you use Wallaby.js to run your tests. I've seen it before, so I use Quokka to run my code when I'm doing like code katas. Wallaby is the same thing, but it's for tests. I've had issues getting Wallaby up and running, but it's actually pretty sweet because it runs your tests inside of VS Code. You can actually see like passing test, failing test. I don't think we're gonna set that up now because we're finally making progress. So we should keep going.
Wallaby.
Okay, so we have that wonderful validate user thing. We're using it in two places. Let's see if we can turn this other thing into some sort of middleware. I mean, technically, we could create a... Wait. What happened here? If user... Yeah, so... let's take a quick stretch. But I think we can create a middleware that searches the database for a user.
Okay. I think we can too.
and then we can reuse that in both the sign up and the login. So sign up tries to find a user with that username. login. Wait, where's login is here. Tries to find a user with that username. Same thing's happening.
Yep.
So we could potentially add some properties to the request. We could add, I'm thinking we could potentially add like rec.user. I don't know if we want to add rec.user though.
Why?
Because that's too similar to an actually logged in user. This is kind of like rec.user login attempt. Because they're not technically logged in yet.
Right.
Let's see. So if that user exists and they are active, do this. Otherwise, show an error. And then this one says, if that user exists, show an error. It gets a little bit trickier because they're not exactly doing the same thing.
Yeah, it's like inverse.
It's an invert. We could figure it out though. And we could basically get this controller function down to really just hashing the password if everything was valid. And then this controller function will be comparing the password if everything was valid.
I mean, is there any qualms against writing similar middlewares, but being explicit about?
No, I'm just trying to make it as reusable as possible.
True.
But I think we can create a middleware that finds the user and just puts it on the request. We can name it something that's not just user, something like logging in user, something where we know if I'm looking at rec.logging in user, that user is not logged in yet. They're just like trying to.
Yeah.
So let's do that. So
okay,
let's create a middleware. And actually, I think we could define it in this file. But then it gets a little bit tricky about registering it, like
define what in this file?
Define the middleware in this file.
Okay.
Because like this is typically how I write things at work. Like at work, I have a lot of routes with like tons of little middlewares, and this is like nice and easy to read.
Yeah.
And then you have like middlewares.findUser, that kind of thing. So there's probably an ESLint rule for structuring your things like this, but oh wait, where'd that extra line come from? Cool.
Cool.
Yeah. So the only issue I think with defining users.findOne in a middleware file is that we have to actually bring in the database to the middlewares file, which is not a bad thing. But I think this is where the model file comes into play, because the model file can handle doing these 3 lines of code and just export users. And then in any file where we need it, we require it in and then just use users.
Okay.
Let's do that. Yeah, great. We found a use case for a model file. So in the auth folder, let's create auth.model.js.
LE or EL?
EL, yeah.
I think I spelled that wrong in the to-do.
And then we can take those 3 lines of code, so require the DB connection, basically lines 4, 6, and 7. And that goes in here, and then we export the users. Module.exports. We're creating a module exports in our model file.
Export just users?
Yes, users. Cool. And so now in our controller, we can require that in. So we'll say like users equals require auth.model. Beautiful. And now let's create a middleware function that finds a user. And I'm thinking of how we're going to do this, because in this scenario, if the user exists, returns an error. But in the other scenario, if the user doesn't exist, return an error. But if we can do something similar with the closure, where like we decide when it should return an error.
Yeah.
So cool. So let's go to our middlewares file, and we'll create a middleware called find user. for now, let's just write it as a regular middleware with like recres and next, and then we'll figure out how to make it reusable. And so this should just say model. Yeah, you got it. So we're gonna export it, and then really we could just copy the let's copy the find code from the controller. So we go to auth.controller. That line 42, and actually we can turn this into async await while we're at it.
Why not?
Why not? So really we need this.
Okay.
Yeah. Here, go ahead. And then make this an async function, and then you can await it. So like say const user equals that thing.
Yep.
Sweet. So we have that. And now we need to require the user's model into this file. But since we put it in a separate file, it's easy enough. Just const users equals require. And that way we don't have to require the connection and get the collection and all that good stuff. Sweet. New line after that. Yeah. So now we try to find the user. And right now we're just working on the login. And this says if the user so I think we should accept a function that we can invoke that accepts the user, and if it returns true, we call next. If it returns false, we call the error.
Okay.
It's gonna get weird, but
okay.
Yeah, I think let me try. So I think this should be like this takes in a it's kind of like a function that should decide if we should go to next or if we should go to error. So like what do we call it? Go next. Is error.
Cool.
So this is going to be a function, and so basically we can say if is error with user, then we call next with some error. We're gonna have to figure it out. We need to create an error. Else we just call next with no error. For now, what? Okay, so because this accepts a function, we could, and the function gets the user passed into it. If we look at this, so basically our function needs to say this. So if user and user.active, that is not an error. So basically we can negate it. I don't know. I'm getting weird here, but in our routes file, we're going to try to use this thing. So in the case of login, we're in login, right? We're working on login. Okay. So in the case of login, we validate the user, and then we do middlewares dot find user, and this accepts an is error callback. And so that is error callback gives us the user, and we need to return not user and user.active. So if there is no user and the user isn't active, it's going to show an error.
Okay.
So it should be good there. And the error that we want to show is unable to log in. So I think we kind of need to pass that in here too. So we'll pass in the unable to log in error. Let's store that in a variable. So we're going to say default login error equals that. And we're going to pass it in here. And we're also going to pass it in here. So in this middleware, we can say we're taking in default login error and is error. And right here, we need to pass in default login error. And we'll also say like res.status 422. What's the status code? Yeah.
Yep.
422. Cool.
Whoa, dude.
Yeah, a lot of stuff's happening.
That's some crazy syntax
over here. Yeah. So like we're basically passing it a function, and that function accepts the user and then can perform some custom logic on it. Because, and we're about to see if this even works. I don't know if it works. So because this is the logic here, user and user.active. If that's not the case, then we show the error. In the case of sign up, we're really just going to say if user. We can just really literally return user because that's going to do the error.
The not error.
Well, the way we have it is if is error returns true.
Okay.
It's getting tricky. I don't know. I mean, there might be a better way to handle this. Is anybody in the chat saying anything? Are we crazy? Are we crazy? Thanks for the follow, Sandy Ross. Thanks for tuning in. And thanks for the YouTube subscription, Marnitopia. Appreciate it. Totally sane. It's got some Twitch emotes in the chat. So Dimitri is asking, where is it getting the user variable in the middleware find user? So it's because we're passing it in. So this actually it's here. So first thing we do is we search the database for a user with that username. If it's found, it's going to be stored, well, even if it's not found, the result of that is going to get stored in this user variable. Then we invoke the isError function and pass user into it.
How do you know it's a function?
Because we passed in a function right here. So
so this makes it the function.
Yeah, so this function right here becomes isError inside of the middleware. Yeah, so then isError, we invoke it with user, which we just found from the database.
Got it.
Okay.
Whoa, wait. This is like a chicken and the egg kind of thing.
Because this function this accepts a parameter called user. The function itself doesn't need a user to be in scope.
Gotcha.
Until it's invoked.
All right.
It's crazy. All right, we're gonna figure out if this works. But but at this point, now we can just do we can get rid of that, and we can get rid of that, and now our login function is super simple, right? And actually, I guess at this point, this is why we need user. Because that's where we'll do the comparison hash. So I think what we should do is right here, we'll say like rec.logging in user equals that user object. Because what that allows us to do is next gets called. When next gets called, it's inside of here. And so here we can say rec.logging in user.
Yeah.
Rec.logging in user. Is this gonna work? I don't know. We're doing a lot of weird stuff. 10 tests passing? You gotta be kidding me. It's working.
Jeez.
Yeah, okay. So
that's cool.
That's great. So login is super simple. We've broken it down into like multiple middlewares. But because we did that, we can now do a very similar thing with sign up, right? Because sign up was like search the DB, and it needs a different error. That username is not unique. Please choose another one. But we already handled that, right? Because here we're passing in default error, but for sign up we could actually just pass in that other error.
Sign up error or something.
Yeah, the sign up error. Okay, but I'll let you handle this one. So
all right.
And I guess the other issue here is we're returning a status code 409. We could pass in an error code.
Okay. Why not?
Yes. Okay. Let's take a quick stretch. Is this too much, Phil?
No, this is so cool. I just A lot of files.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's the thing is like when you're working at a larger company and you're working in a larger code base, they typically do split things into a lot of files like this. So
Yeah.
it's something to know and figure out. Thanks for the follow, Vinny Code. I appreciate it. He looks as stunned as I feel. I'm starting learning code, so I'm trying to understand. Yeah, and so we're basically using a lot of the features of JavaScript here because we're passing functions around, which is weird if you've come from any other language or if you're totally new to programming. Like, we define this function right here, and we're passing that function into this middleware. And then we're later invoking that function. So yeah, it's some weird stuff going on. But let's try to refactor this one. So I think the first thing is we can take that default error message, the username is not unique, please choose another one. Let's just copy that. Because the thing that we want to do is in our routes, we want to be able to use this find user middleware right here after the validate user middleware. So middlewares.find user. And instead of the default login error, that's where we'll pass in the one that you just copied. Oh yeah, you can put it in a variable, definitely. So like sign in error. There we go. And then we need to pass it a function. That function should return true if there is an error. So in the case of signing up, we have a function that accepts user. And in the case of signing up, when is it an error? So, and if you look at the middlewares, we validated the user. We are now searching the database for a user with that username. In the case of sign up, when is it an error?
If the name already exists.
Yeah, if there's already a user in that database with that user. So this is error function literally just needs to return user. So our error is that user has a value.
Yeah.
Because if we look at our controller, our error, yeah, like if user has a value, then it's going to do this error thing.
Yep.
Right now, we're not handling the 409 status code, but it should at least, like the test we should see in the error is, or the error we should see in the test is status code 409 does not match 422.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So that should be okay. Okay, so we're good there. And then at this point, again, we can get rid of all that. I mean, I'll let you do the honors because we're getting rid of it. But yeah,
boy.
yeah, hit that backspace button. And then to right there, yeah, I think. Cool. So we got that. We're hashing password rec.body.user. Oh, you know what? Instead of doing logged in user, we actually could do. Oh no, we needed it in this case because in the case of comparing the hash, we're comparing the hash that or the password that they sent us with the hash password in the database.
Yep.
So we needed the user from the database. Okay. In this case, we hash the password from the body. Once we have the hashed password, we have the username from the body as well. We insert them. Cool. I think we're good. So I think the only error we should see is that the status code is wrong in our tests. Let's see.
You promise?
Hey. Expect 409 conflict. Expect got 422 unprocessable entity. So it's working. We're just sending the wrong status code. We can get we can just basically add another parameter to to our little function here. And so call like error code default to 422. So
cool.
Anytime you don't pass it in, it's always 422.
Yeah.
But right here, we want the error code to be 409. Done. Oh no. We need to actually set it. So, yeah. So right there, instead of 422, we'll just pass in error code. Cool. Rock and roll.
Rock and roll.
Rock and roll. 10 passing tests.
Oh man.
I feel like they are they really passing? One refactor right here is instead of using .then, let's actually use async await.
Yes.
Let's do it. While you do that, I'll see if there's any chats. Totally Sane says, I semi-understand functions, so yeah. Joshua is saying, I mean, 422 is applicable to both errors. I think there's a reason we did it a while back. What is a 409 status code? Do you know?
Conflict, I think, is what it said.
Yeah.
Or was that? No.
Conflict. The request could not be completed due to a conflict with the current state of the target resource. So what we're saying is if a user tries to sign up with a username that already exists, we're saying conflict. Whereas if a user tries to log in with the wrong username and password, we're saying unprocessable entity because they sent us data that isn't correct. But, you know. Dimitri is saying, can't you pass a user in next? No, because the way next works is if it receives a parameter, it considers that an error. So if you pass anything into next, it thinks that's an error. So it's going to skip the next function and go all the way to the error handler. So you can see in our code, great refactor, Phil. High five.
Thanks.
But you can see in our code, whenever an error happens, we pass it into the next function. So if I were to pass in user right here, it would think that the user is an error, and it would not go to the next function. Cool. Turn this one into async await too.
Okay.
Hello, Jonathan. Welcome to the stream. Jesus is saying, I've seen the terminology for closures, but never seen it actually used like this. I'm learning so much tonight. That's awesome. Yeah, and I mean, the idea with a closure is you're saving some scope to use later on. So basically, we invoke the function with some initial values, and that's now inside of the closure. So later on, when the function's invoked, it can use those values, which is pretty sweet. Hello, Jonathan. Came here about an hour ago, but forgot to say hi because I'm working on an assignment. Java Spring, though. No worries. Welcome. Waleed says, "Wow, my little heart can't hold all of this. I'm a beginner." Yeah, today we've gotten pretty intense with the JavaScripts.
My heart can't hold this either.
But
Don't worry.
Yeah, I think so. Like, you can go home with this code. You can sit on it a little bit and digest it, and ultimately kind of take what we've done here and do very similar things with notes and with users. Yeah. Because we're not going to cover that here really because we've been talking so long about all of this. But yes. Cheddar, can't believe y'all are still streaming. Thought I missed the whole show and was going to watch the playback. Yeah, we're still here. Cool. So one thing that I was thinking of, though, was, so even though we refactor this, technically, we have no try-catch here.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, if an error were to happen in hashing the password or inserting into the database, the server would just keep spinning. It wouldn't respond. So we should actually wrap this in a try-catch.
Okay. Does each await need their own respective try-catch?
Depends on the application. For our application, no. Because what we're thinking is if any error occurs in either of the awaits, we respond with that error.
Okay.
Yeah. There we go. So we're going to try to do this. If there was an error, we should set the status code to 500. Res.status 500. My break timer.
It's a big one.
It is a long way. I think we're going to stop streaming very, very soon. We're just going to clean things up.
Okay.
Yeah. Res.status 500, and then call next and pass in the error. And the reason we're using a 500 status code here is because 500 usually means there was a server error. And in our case, that means there was an error with the database or an error with our hashing process. So this error is not in the user's hands. It's not a 400 class error. It makes sense for it to be a 500. So that's cool. I'm going to move this get function above just because.
Yeah.
I think it's there. Cool. And then I think another refactor is you could turn this into an async await. What does show error do? That's the one that's like always doing 422.
Yep.
Oh well. Cool. Jesus says, I love all this. Honestly, I'm so happy right now. I'm glad that we could provide some value to you. Because this is fun. All this code we'll push up to GitHub very soon too, so you can digest it and dissect it as well. Check out how it works. Actually, did he get new subs? I think he was at like, yeah, he's got 333 subs. Sweet. Got it. You got it. And again, because we're doing an asynchronous thing, we should wrap it in a try catch.
Do we want this entire piece in the try section?
Yes, because if it errors out, we want to return the error at this point.
Okay.
So this is where I would say, yeah, status 500, and then call next. Beautiful. This has the red underlines because these functions are defined below. Yeah, so let's just move these up above. And honestly, I think show error is only called in one place now, right? Show error is only called right here.
Yep.
So, I've got something for you. So here's, we're going to move this function up above, and then I've got a little trick for you.
Okay.
No little trick.
Is there a word for what's happening here, or is that literally just a linter thing? Like, it's not hoisting.
It's a linter thing, because the code still works, right?
Yeah.
But it's complaining show error was used before it's defined.
Yeah.
It's really just a preference that you should only call functions that were defined before.
Gotcha.
And it's really to avoid potential... yeah, I think you said the word hoisting issues.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So what we're doing in this case is, if result was good, we basically respond with the error. If result was bad, we return an error. Right now, we're calling another function that ultimately does kind of the same thing that we're doing in the catch.
Yep.
But it's actually the only difference is 422 status code and all that good stuff. So here's what we can do. Let's make sure everyone can see our code. So this catch is kind of doing something very similar to the show error. So what we're going to do is we're going to take these two lines. Sorry. We're going to take those two lines which create the error, and that's what we're going to do right here. But now, because we're inside of this try catch, we can just throw this error. Throw. And when we throw this error, the catch is going to catch it and forward the error on for us.
Will it reassign the status?
It will, so we have to fix that.
Oh, okay.
So basically we can say res.status, so like if res.status code,
Gotcha.
say... Actually, I don't know. I think res.status code will, like, maybe it defaults to 200. Let's look at the express docs.
Okay.
API reference. Res. Chainable of nodes response.status code. Oh, this is actually built into Node. It's not an express thing. So the default value is 200. So I think what we should do is say if the status code is 200, set it to 500 because that was the default. But if it's anything else, leave it as the way it was.
Okay.
So you can just do like res.status code. We can do a ternary.
Yep.
Like inside of here. So res.status code equals 200 question mark 500 else res.status code. So in the case where like bcrypt.compare throws an error, the status code at this point in the code is actually 200 because it hasn't been overwritten or modified yet.
Right.
That gets into the error, and we say, oh, the status code is still 200. Let's set it to 500. In this scenario, we said res.status 422. So when we throw the error, that's going to go into the catch. The catch will then say, is the status code 200? Oh, it's not. Stay what you are.
Cool.
All right, let's see if we broke anything. I'm amazed. The tests keep passing. It's like, why are the tests like, we got to do something wrong. Cool.
Nice.
All right, now let's just let's zoom out and look at this auth controller. It's beautiful. Look how simple it is.
Another show error there.
Yeah, cuz so this is actually this is where we should probably use like a try catch. Well, I guess we can't because gwt.sign it doesn't have, this isn't the promise version.
Mm-hmm.
So really,
yeah.
I mean, I'm okay with having it in two places.
Can't win them all.
And really, we don't throw the error. We call next with the error. And here we can just say next with the error. So if there was an error in signing the token, it'll just do that. Cool. But our signup function is good, our login function is good, and it's all because of these middlewares. So and the way you can think about this is each one of these functions will not run unless the previous one was successful. So it's kind of like a waterfall, and that's why each one afterwards is kind of dependent on the previous one passing. So like I guess for the case of logging in, controller.login here, controller.login is dependent on that logging in user to exist so that it can compare and validate the password. Cool.
Makes sense.
So are we still passing? We're still passing. Let's look at our checklist. To do. We got a controller file. We've got a model file. We have a routes file for basic descriptions of express routes. We have a test file. Right now we're only doing it on Auth, but basically really an exercise for the viewer and for Phil is to take all the stuff that we've done with Auth and apply the very same principles to our notes and our users. So basically we would have a new folder in here called notes. Inside of there we would have very similar files that we have inside of Auth. We'd make sure to test everything before we refactor it so that way we can be more confident in our refactors. Yeah, so we refactored it. We've been streaming for almost 4 hours. Do you think we have time to deploy? Do you want to deploy?
I'm down if you're down.
It is Friday night, right?
Yeah.
It's only 9:30.
Yeah. Most people are just going out.
Cool. Cheddar is saying, I'd skip the async await to avoid a try-catch. So nasty. It really comes down to opinion. If you do skip the try-catch, then you definitely want to have a dot catch on your promise chain, right?
Sure.
Vinny is saying the stickers link is dead. I need to fix that. But if you go to coding.garden/support, that has a link to the stickers, the third link here, and that links over to Redbubble. I'm curious why stickers doesn't work though. Do I have it here? I need to fix it. It's broken right now. Yeah. I actually do prefer the try-catch though, because this async await allows you to have very flat synchronous looking code, whereas promises, you have callbacks. It's really comes down to preference. Is it better to just exit the app entirely on an error than try to continue to process the request with error handling? It really depends on the type of application. With something like a backend API that is responding to thousands and thousands of requests, I mean, depending on the number of requests, but it's essentially responding to all these requests from different clients. So you really wouldn't want to shut down the entire server if you had one error. So in a case like this, it makes sense to, we're not exiting the app, but we are responding with an error the moment an error happens. Yeah, so I think, again, it depends on application, but yeah. Stops you messing yourself up in other languages, defining functions before the use. Yeah, and in our case, because we used the function syntax, and that's a good point, Josh. Like in our controller, because these are function name like this, these are hoisted to the top of the file. So we could define these at the bottom of the file, or they're hoisted to the top of the scope. We could define these at the bottom of the file, and it still would have worked. But if we would have defined them like this, things would have broke. Like, because if we define, and let's actually see it happen.
Yeah.
Right? Let's do it. So
yep.
This create token send response function is used right here and right here. So it's used in two spaces. Now, if we put the function down here, it should still work because it uses the function keyword, 10 passing tests. But if we say const equals this arrow function, it's going to happen.
Broken tests.
Should, anyways.
Passing tests.
Oh no, it should fail. It has to. It has to fail. Oh, you know what? It won't. No, because all this code is asynchronous. So usually what happens is you've defined this down here, and const variables are not. I guess they are hoisted, but they're not accessible above where they were defined. Everything above a const variable is known as the temporal dead zone.
Whoa.
Yeah. So technically you can't access them. But ultimately what happens is when this whole Express app spins up... wait, why did that happen?
Now see if... Just kidding.
But ultimately what happens is the Express app spins up. This is at the top level here. And this gets in the scope. And then later on... I'm assuming that's why this is working. Later on, when this function is called, that was defined so then it can call it. But if we tried to call create token send response right here, that should give us an error that let's see what the error is. Cannot access create token send response before initialization. So that is why the linter is giving us that error. Was used before it was defined, because if we define it up above, then we can for sure know that it's going to be accessible. Did that make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, that's your computer. I need to go over here. Joshua is saying you can assign asynchronously by not giving a callback and assigning it to a variable. I don't know if that works for the JSON Web Token library that we're using. Because we're using JSON Web Token. At least like the last time I used JSON Web Token, it didn't have promises built in. Promise async. Yeah, as far as I know, this particular package only accepts callbacks. I think there are other ones that turn it into a promise. I guess technically we could promisify it, but yeah. Cool. All right, I guess we should probably deploy.
Yes.
Let's do it. Okay, so where do you want to deploy to?
What are my options?
We could do Heroku. We could do now, which is Zeit.co, or Zeit.co.
Are these all free?
Yeah, so Heroku has a you can create free dynos. You get a certain number of up hours per month.
I remember Heroku and it scarred me.
Okay, you want to try now?
Yeah, I want to try now.
So I've used now a lot, and it works wonderfully, but it doesn't work if you're trying to do real time, like with sockets. This is not a real time application, right? It's kind of like the requests come into the app, it's done.
I'm cool with that.
So we'll do that. So first thing in your terminal, do npm install -g now. You can kill the tests. Now.
So doing it globally on my machine.
Yes.
Can I look at the docs?
Yeah. So check out Zeit or go to now.sh. It'll redirect you. The easiest way to deploy websites. You just type now. We will have to create a configuration, but that's okay. So go ahead and click join free and create an account. And it's actually it's like totally free. Especially for open source projects. Yeah, and Josh is saying Zeit.co tends to be the easiest.
So
Yeah.
I know we're about to get into it, but do we have to set up environment variables and all that?
We will, yeah. We
All
definitely will have to.
Cool. In Zeit or in now?
Yeah, so in their command line tool allows us to create what are called secrets.
Okay.
And then whenever we deploy, we'll say database URL should be equal to the name of our database secret.
Cool. Do I have to confirm?
Yeah, you have to check your email and confirm.
Yep.
Ooh. Ooh. Nessie is saying, I've always had a hard time with Zeit. I always say Zeit. It's Zeit. It's actually Zeit. Hopefully, we can help you get past some of those. I did do a stream on deploying with Now a while back.
Is this good now?
I think so. If you go to the Now website.
Just log in. There we go.
You're in.
Cool. Cool.
Okay. The other thing we need is a database in the cloud. And for that, open a new tab so you're not showing your logged in info. Cool. And for that, we'll use MongoDB Atlas. So just search for Mongo Atlas. That one. That's the one.
Wait, what is now then?
So now is for your Express server. And that's going to be deployed basically as a serverless app. You don't have to care about that, but it's going to be a serverless function in the cloud. But you need a Mongo database. When you deployed to Heroku, you would actually create a MongoDB on a thing called imlab, but it was still technically a separate server and a separate service.
Okay.
Imlab got purchased by MongoDB Atlas, so this is the thing that exists now for free databases.
Cool.
Yeah, so click Start Free. Create a free account. Nessie is saying, I keep trying because I love their service, but there's also always something that messes up. Yeah.
We got you.
We'll figure it out. Thanks for subscribing on YouTube, Chris. I appreciate that. Hello, Vias. Just got caught up on the live stream. Cool. There's probably a lot of us chatting, so you could just fast forward through that. Yeah, you can start free. Actually, I think I'll show your screen during this.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. So
before this, I just clicked the free option. Now we're here.
Yeah, so click sign up for free. We will do AWS. North Virginia is fine for us. I guess technically we're closer to Oregon, aren't we? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So go to the next step. MongoDB Atlas will give you 500 megabyte databases for free. That's plenty of storage for the stuff that we're doing.
Is this the next step?
Yeah,
the cluster tier.
And here we're just going to do Sandbox, which is free forever, which is awesome. And then
that's what's selected right now?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And then just click Create Cluster. I mean, at this point, you haven't put any credit card info, so...
Nothing.
I think
care about...
I think if you turn on backups, that does cost money. So
okay.
If you're putting an app in production, you would probably want to pay the $9 a month to make sure that you have nightly backups and your server can scale and it has more storage. But for development, this is great. Go. Hide your screen. Yeah, so it's definitely harder to use with the now config. It's more involved. Yeah, but once you've done it a few times, it gets a little bit easier. I agree. Here we are. Okay, so I'm gonna make sure that we don't display any IP addresses. So
Okay.
click on security and then database access. So don't click it yet, but I'll show people what you're about to click on. So we're in here, we're under security, we're clicking database access. I believe that'll allow us to create, this is our break time, let's stretch. That will let us create a database user, and that database user is what we're going to use in our connection string for the database. So click on that. Anaboth, leaked database key. We're going to try not to. And then click create a database user. Or I guess, yeah, add a new user up at the top.
Okay.
So this user will have a password, enter the username. This can be anything you want.
Do I have to remember?
Yes, so when we create the database connection string, it's going to have this username and password in there. So it should be a hard to guess username in a fairly long insecure password.
Okay.
By the way, why my previous me? I don't know what this means, Anaboth. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. Cool. That's very secure.
You just.
Yeah, take a note.
Ooh.
Nice. It auto generates secure passwords, so that's pretty sweet. So hold on to that username and password, and then under privileges you can choose. In this case, we want read and write to any database. Because this database user is what will be used for signing up users and creating notes and different things like that. So click add user.
Wait, so for every instance of an app, we create a new user here?
Oh, no. This is ultimately, it's the only one you need.
Okay.
Like you technically could structure your application with different database users. I'm doing that at work because it's like a large enterprise application and different pieces of the app need different access. But in this case, your backend app, yeah, I don't think you can have the exclamation mark in the username. Yeah. Try that. But in this case, that user is what your Express application is going to use to connect to the database and insert things into the database.
Okay.
So we have the database access user. Now click on network access because we need to grant our application access to this. So click add IP addresses. Click that button. And then click confirm. Okay, so now our database is accessible from a given IP address, so that's great. And at this point, I think we're kind of good to go. So on now, we're going to add some secrets. So let's close that tab. Make sure your notes are hidden so you don't accidentally show the database username and password. Cool. And then let's do this. Like open up just like an empty file in VS Code because we're gonna take some notes there while we do the thing.
Fresh.
Oh, Twitch sent your message without finished typing. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Oh, actually, we could do it in the down at the bottom. Yeah. Okay. So I'm about to show your screen.
Okay.
It showed the old thing for a second. Okay, so what we need to do is we're going to create a database connection string that we're going to add as a secret to now. And you don't have to take a note. We're actually going to write it out here. So do Mongo : username, and just type the word username for now, password, and just type the word password for now. Whenever you do this at home, it's going to be the actual username and password that you created for your database user. And then do @ and then we actually need to go back to MongoDB Atlas and get the server host name.
Was that the one I just punched in as my username?
So go back to MongoDB Atlas. There it is. And then click on clusters right here. and then click on connect. And that will give you, so if you click connect with the Mongo shell, that gives you some info. Yeah, so that right here is your host name. So after the // well, yeah, but without all the extra stuff on it.
After this.
Go back.
Oh,
you know what? Why am I doing that? I could just do this. Oh, you can see it though. That's fine. Doesn't matter. Doesn't have any sensitive information. But yeah. Basically, this right here is the host name of our database.
Okay.
And then so it's going to be username at password at that, and then we should be able to create a database. So look at collections. There are no collections. I think that's about all we need, because that will, once we put in our username and password, this is the information to connect to that Mongo database. So our deployed server will be able to connect there.
Okay.
Cool. So now let's log into now. So do now space login.
And this will work from any directory.
Yep. And then it's going to ask for the email that you signed up with. Throw that in. Then it's going to send you an email. Click OK in the email, and then you'll be logged in the terminal. Nessie says, I'm trying to deploy an Express app that serves a built Vue.js app and get an error uncaught > sign. Usually that means that it's accidentally serving up some HTML file instead of like a JavaScript or a CSS file, so you might look into that. Thanks for the follow, Exonery, and hello, Invmo. Welcome to the stream. AI. Seems to be an error with the Vue.js config file. Interesting. If you upload your code to GitHub and throw a link in the Discord, we can try to debug it for you. Dimitri is asking, so now secret is not accessible on the service like it is on the client side? It is not. So what I'm about to show, and after Phil logs in, we're going to create a secret that holds the database connection string. And that is hidden on the server side. There's no way for anyone to see or access those secrets. And these should be very secret because they are for connecting to the database. What's up?
Nothing.
Oh, you're good to go? You're logged in?
Logged in.
Cool.
Yep.
Clear your screen so we can't see your email. Beautiful. Jonathan wants to see our secure password. You can generate your own. There's literally a button on the website that says create password. So now secret is not accessible on the server like it is on the client side. Correct. Yeah. MVMO, we are working on deploying an Express app. So we've been streaming for like over 4 hours now. But ultimately, what we did for the past 4 hours was refactor an Express application. So we had an Express application where there's a routes file that all of the code was inside of. There were no tests, and basically we took one piece of the Express app and refactored it. So we now have a nice clean routes file with lots of different middlewares. We have a schema file that holds our validations. We have a model file that connects to the database. We have a test file that tests all of our different routes. We have all of our middlewares defined. We have our controller file, which has a few functions that define the functionality of each route. Basically, we made this a bit more production ready, and it's an exercise for the viewer and for Phil to do the same thing with these controller files or these route files. But right now we are about to deploy. So we typed now login, entered our info, and now we're logged in on this system for now, and that's how we'll deploy. First thing we want to do is add a secret. So if we do now secrets add, and we get to name the secret. In our case, let's call it, what is the name of this application?
Auth from scratch.
Okay.
Something like that.
So let's just call it auth-scratch-db. So this is going to be the name of the secret and how we'll reference it when we actually deploy. Then we do a space, And then we put in our database connection string. And this is where this nice and secure thing is going to be stored as a secret on Now servers. Now, obviously, our username is not username and password, so I am going to hide Phil's screen. He is going to put in the real username and password, and then hit enter, and it should add it. I don't use any like browser-based password manager. I actually use a thing called Universal Password Manager. This thing. And I just have like a database password file that I share between devices, and it works offline. It's not embedded. I do have to do like copy and pasting of the passwords, but I prefer it. I Speak English says, you say you've been coding for 4 hours if you didn't do 7 hours of daily work. You're right. I'm tired. Ugh. We're gonna deploy this app though. We're gonna get it to the cloud, and then we'll be done. In VMO is saying, I think the connection string should start with MongoDB. You might be right. Did you hit enter? We can overwrite the secret if it was wrong.
I did. Didn't get any errors.
Okay. Well, at this point, you wouldn't get an error because we're literally just storing that connection string in the cloud. Yeah, so okay. The standard format is MongoDB. Thank you.
So
we'll update that. So
how
first,
do I check if I messed it up.
Scroll up.
I erased it.
You like close the terminal and open a new one?
Oh, well, I hit.
Yeah, press up though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but what you'll need to do is first delete the secret. So like clear that.
The whole thing?
The whole thing.
Okay.
And say now secrets delete. What was it?
Auth. Oh no.
I think it was auth scratch DB.
I think so.
It'll tell us if it's not a thing. So we're gonna delete the secret and then re-add it with the correct thing. RM, not delete. Yeah. So now secrets RM auth scratch DB. Are you sure? Yeah. So that will delete it, and then now re-add it, but make sure you put MongoDB at the beginning. Yes, the code's on GitHub. Joshua just shared the link. That's the older code. We haven't pushed up all the stuff that we've written today, but it will be there absolutely. And I'll update the YouTube description with all the info. Today you already worked. Yes. Christian says, "Love your stream. I appreciate that." Yeah, and thanks NVMO. Appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by and helping out.
I add it.
Now secrets add the name of the secret, MongoDB, username, password @host. I think it looks good.
Cool.
Awesome. Okay, so clear that. So now we have the database connection string stored in now. It's a secret. And now we want to deploy with that secret. But what we're going to have to do is create a now config. So in your VS, I think you just showed your database password for like a second. It's fine. We'll change it afterwards. I think it happened. Doesn't matter. So in our Express app here, we'll create a new file and call it now.json. This should be do the curly braces, so it's an object, and then you need a key called version. We're going to use version 2. And then let's go to the now documentation for this. I'm going to hide your screen for a second. Just open a new tab and search for now express example. Oh yeah, we need the token secret too. Yeah, we'll add that in a second for the signing the JSON web tokens. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, see if there's an Express folder. Actually, Coding Garden has a repo. Go to Coding Garden / now. I mean, actually, I have a command line tool that helps with this. We should just use my command line tool. Go to your terminal.
Okay.
And then do npm. Do in. Are you in the server folder? Do pwd.
Yes.
Cool. Do npx now-config. This is a little tool I wrote that makes it really easy to generate the configs. Cool. Now.json already exists. Do you want to override it? Yes. Okay. What is the name of the project? Let's call it Auth for Noobs. Or Auth dash. I don't know. Call it what you want. I'm tired. Auth from scratch? That's what you call it, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's cool.
Awesome. The type is going to be Node Express. The entry point is source/index. That makes sense. So you can hit enter there. Do you want to specify an alias? I would say yeah. So that's gonna give you like a nicer URL after you deploy.
Cool.
The alias defaults to auth from scratch. If it's available, we should be good. If it's not, we'll have to create a different alias. All done. But we do need to add some things. So open up that now.json, which it generated. You can see that's pretty cool. But we do want to add an environment section, which will describe all of our environment variables. Is there any? There's nothing secret in here, right? Yeah, nothing secret.
Really.
But basically, we want to describe what these values should be when we deploy the app.
Okay.
So we need an environment section. Let's find that. Oh, hey, that's me, Coding Garden.
Mm-hmm.
Now config environment. Configuration. Environment. Here we go. So we have a property in the object called env. It's an object, and then the left-hand side is the environment variable name. The right-hand side is at the name of a secret. So you'll have like
Okay.
db_URL at whatever the name of your secret is.
The secret I gave it on add.
Yeah, then in the name of it. So for instance, like we technically want db_URL. So we're gonna add an env section. Excuse me. There's my break timer. I want to add that though to that. Okay.
Ooh, baby.
Okay, so right here is where you'll say at auth. Did you call it auth scratch?
I think so.
Maybe like that.
I think so.
That looks right, huh?
Yeah.
So basically, the left-hand side is the name of the environment variable, and that should match what's in your env. And so really the only ones we need are default admin password, db_URL, and token secret. So that's going to need a value. And then in token secret, that's going to need a value. Cool. But now you need to go to the terminal, do now secrets add, and create two different secrets. Create one secret for your token secret, and create another secret for the default admin password. Make sense?
I think so.
Cool.
Now add secret and then just two random things.
I think actually it's now secrets add. And then the name that you give it, you're going to have to remember. But for the other ones, so you're going to, I would call it like auth JWT, auth-JWT-secret, something like that. And then the value, just bang on the keyboard for a while, I guess with minimal character space.
Wait, so this, I'm now, gave it the variable name, now I give it
the value.
Another, this value.
Basically, but a different one so that, yeah, you could literally take that and just like paste it over and over again. You need
what's happening here? It just needs to be another.
It needs to be a different value because whenever we deploy, you don't want your token secret to be something that people know. I mean, obviously, like this isn't in your source code, but if anybody, I think that's too much. But if anybody watching somehow saw your your JWT secret, they could technically create fake tokens. So we want to make
Do
sure
it.
we want to make sure that your the secret on the deployed server is much different, so no one can create fake tokens.
Is this long enough?
Hopefully that works. Yeah, try it.
Success.
Yeah, it. Let me see. Sorry. It stopped right there because of the semicolon. That's fine though. That's totally fine.
Cool.
Yeah, it's totally fine. Okay, and then what did we call that? We called that
Auth JWT
Auth JWT secret. So in your config, and actually I'll show your screen for a second. So we created that secret. Now in the config, it's going to do @auth JWT secret. Beautiful. That secret exists on now. We're telling it what it should use when it deploys. Same thing for default admin password. Sure. And then just make sure you create it with that name.
Okay.
Josh is saying didn't see the username or password, just the template connection. Okay, that's good to know.
That's what a hacker would say.
Vias is asking, username is username. It's up to you. So when you're logged into the MongoDB Atlas dashboard, when you go to create a user, you can give it any name you want. I was just showing as an example username, but you would give it a name, and that's the name that you would use in the connection string.
So when I add a new secret for the admin password,
it's whatever you want it to be. Ultimately, once everything is up and deployed, you could hit the endpoints to update that password, right?
do I have to remember this one?
Yes, because that's going to be the first time you log in with that admin password.
Okay. I don't know why I'm struggling so hard on this, but it's just not clicking.
It could be anything. Hello, Stalin Boy. Welcome to the stream. Is bcrypt standard on Python? Possibly. I would say definitely. Bcrypt is a very standard algorithm, and they have implementations for most languages. So if we look up bcrypt Python, there's a bcrypt package on the Python package index. So, yes. Good night, Jonathan. Thanks for tuning in. Good night, Christian. Or were you saying good night to them? I don't know. Joshua was saying, I now generate all my token secrets like so in the node NB terminal. Yeah, this is really cool. So what you can do is if you pull open a terminal and say node-e and then pass it a string, it will actually execute that string in node and then like spit out the result of it. In this case, I just need to console.log that result, and we should see 64 random bytes to hex. There we go.
What?
Yeah, random strings all day long. Cool.
Oh, that is super cool.
Hello, Spacey. Welcome.
Just in time.
All right, so you added that secret?
Yes.
Do you remember the password? It doesn't matter.
Yes, I do. I do.
Okay. So let's take a look. So yeah, so we created the token secret, we created the admin password, we created the DB URL. At this point, I think we just deploy, because when it deploys, it's going to have these environment variables set to be their actual value in the deployed environment.
Okay.
So go to the terminal and just type now. Hit enter.
Awesome.
This is the first deployment, so it's going to automatically alias it. So if that alias hasn't been taking auth-from scratch.now.sh, it's going to give you that for free.
Cool. And then I could literally do auth-from-scratch.com.
.now.sh.
Oh.
Yeah, you have a subdomain.
Sure.
Well, it says it deployed. Try clicking it, auth-from-scratch.now.sh. Whoa.
No.
Try to do /API/v1/users. Unauthorized, that's a good sign.
Sick.
And then I'll hide your screen, but you should open up Postman and try to log in as the admin user.
So we just deployed the back end somewhere, that's all.
Yeah, so we still need to play the front end, and I'll show you how to do that. We can use now for that as well. Just click sign out. Like, I don't think you have anything saved in there. Okay. So yeah, you're gonna post against that URL /auth/login, and in the body, you need to specify the admin user you created. Oh, actually, the username is capital A admin, and then the password is whatever password you set it to be as the. Oh, actually, we haven't seeded. We didn't. The seed didn't run. Totally forgot.
Yeah.
So actually, let's just sign up. Let's just sign up to the app. So do a post against auth/signup instead of auth/login. And username can be anything. All right, try sending it. I feel like this is where the error is going to happen. Like, it can't connect to the database or something like that. It's trying. Okay, so it's no status code from the function. So apparently it like couldn't connect to the database or something, but for whatever reason it didn't go into the cache. But let's do this. Go to your now dashboard. We can actually look at the logs for the application. The next tab to now. Yeah. Go into the app. And then you should be able to see the logs. Can I see?
Yep.
Output. Wait, what? Oh, I see. Filter logs by path. Weird. I'll show you the error that we're getting. So these are the logs on now.sh for the deployed server. And it's saying, warning. No, that one's fine. NCC, module directory, attempted to require MongoDB client encryption, but could not be resolved. MongoDB attempted to require SASL prep, but could not be resolved. Weird. Here's what I think we should do. We should remove the node modules locally, reinstall them, and see if we have any errors. Because that has deleted all local dependencies. So let's do it in PMI. And if we do, if we do npm test, we should see any failures. Okay. It's weird. So that's working.
Is this a result of, does this have to take some time to set up?
Oh, what do you mean?
I remember first deploying and it took maybe like an hour.
Now is actually usually very fast.
Oh.
I think the main issue here is going to be connecting to the database.
Back in my day, a year ago.
For some reason, we're getting this error. I get this error when I run now. I mean, that's cool that it's actually somebody using now.
Yeah.
Are you using now/node server? It is deprecated in favor of now/node. Thanks, run okay, but now I have this problem. Jeez. If we look at our now.json, where are we? You're here. We are using node server. It's saying that is deprecated in favor of node.
That was last month.
Well. We could just deploy to Heroku. That might actually be faster. Let's look up I don't know, config. We need like a now express example. Christian says, I'm still here. Want to see it deployed, then I can sleep. Okay. Hopefully we get this deployed. We're going to try. Yeah. Cool. That's on GitHub. I think now actually does have a website with examples of an Express app. But where? Zeit.co. Look at the guides. Get the docs.
Do we have to, I guess, I'm thinking the front end usually does a build, but I guess we're not.
Yeah, we don't need to build. It should just be able to deploy it. I think my configuration tool might just be out of date. Deployment concepts, the build step. Is there like a node.js in here? Or sorry, Express. Reference builders. Node.js. Yeah, so the thing about now is they kind of want you to write your Express, well, not your Express app, but like your backend API in this format, where basically you have a file that exports a request handler, but this thing we were using, node server, this is like a wrapper around using an Express app to turn it into something that ultimately creates a bunch of little request handlers like this under the hood. But apparently that's not working. So how do we do this with Express? Express. Okay. Using a custom server. This is lame.
Yeah.
Builds. Now, so the thing is, we can't just build it because they will not. They're not going to be functions that export a request handler. It's like an actual Express app that needs to kind of be bundled together. I don't know. We'll search now. See, now deploy Express app. See if we can find an example. We're going to go to tools. We're going to go to within the past month. Supported language for serverless functions. Routes. Yeah, but again, there's that little request handler. Query. Express.js deployment 5 days ago. Solved. Are they going to show us their now config? Minimal working example here. Is this an Express application? No, because if we look at their server, oh no, it is Express. App.get, yeah, so like they're doing like some special handling though. I don't want to do that. I just want my Express app to be deployed. Decided to use now/next. Does anyone in the chat have an answer? Christian says might have to cancel sleep. We're potentially going to use figure it out. So it says you can use now/node for Express, but does that require us to create like a custom route handler? Because if you look at the docs for the now node builder, it expects there to be just like one thing. Say now node express config. Like we could try it. We could just change the type to be builds and serves serverless functions. A node serverless function must export a default function handler. If you need more advanced behavior such as custom build stat, private npm nodules, see advanced node.js usage section. Following configuration step will disable the zero configuration nature of Zeit. You can configure your own build step using the Node.js builder. The entry point for source must be a glob matching JS or files that export a default function. I don't know. This is Chris is saying use now node server. I mean, I think that's the one that we are using node server, but everywhere online is saying now that node server is now deprecated. I don't know, Phil. I think we might have to end it there. I mean, we could try to deploy to Heroku. That might actually be pretty easy.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Yeah? Let's just deploy to Heroku. We're going to deploy to Heroku because now is no longer beginner friendly. Or no longer express friendly. You have to do a lot of configuration, I'm pretty sure. When you sign up, the user is stored in the database. Yes, and so this application that we build, that's how it works. Thanks for the follow, Mr. Panda Gaming. I appreciate it. But yeah, basically, the app we built has its own database. When users sign up, they get put into that database. When they log in, we check against the users in that database. Okay, open a new tab. Joey is asking, am I trying to run an Express app on now? Yes, we are. And I've done it in the past, but one of the issues that we just read about was that it no longer supports Node server, and you have to just use Node. I mean, we could change the build type. I feel like we're gonna run into a much different issue though.
My stuff's still here. Can I delete them?
If you want to, yeah. I guess it's been a while since you logged in.
Yeah, I haven't touched any of these.
That's totally fine. Can I show your screen?
Yep.
So, Phil is logged into Heroku. Click New App. Create a new app. Give it a name. Oh, it's available. Wow.
Cool.
Wow.
Create.
Actually, create a different app called Auth Scratch API, because that way you can use Auth Scratch for your front end. Actually, we'll deploy the front end to now. It's fine. Leave it. Okay. So now go into settings. Actually, so I guess here's the other potential issue with Heroku is it works off of Git commits, and it typically wants your package.json to be at the root of the project. Your Git repo has a client and a server folder at the top. So technically what we could do is create a separate Git repo in the nested server folder, but that may actually mess up code being pushed to GitHub.
Yeah.
let's just do it. What's the worst that can happen? We're gonna do a git init in the server folder. So go to your terminal. Yeah, do a git init, and then just do an ls-a. Let's make sure you have a git ignore. Excuse me. You don't have one, so let's add one. Do you have that git ignore command installed? So if you do git ignore space node, all one word. Yeah, then hit enter. No, do npm install -g git ignore. Cool. And then just type git ignore node. It generates one.
Cool.
Awesome. Do a git status. That's all your server stuffs. Cool. So let's add it. Yeah. Let's commit it. This is gonna be like initial, yeah. Creating nested server. Cool. So basically we're creating a git repo in the server folder because it's really what Heroku likes. Okay. So now we need to add the Heroku remote. In your terminal, are you logged into Heroku? Do you have Heroku in the terminal? Just type Heroku.
Definitely not.
You don't. Okay, so you need to it's not from npm. If you go to or just open a new tab and search for the Heroku toolbelt. Yeah. Is that it? Heroku CLI? It might actually be brew install Heroku. Just search for yeah, go to the top one, Heroku CLI. Download and install. Yeah, that first one. Brew tap, brew install. Do you have Homebrew installed?
Yes.
Okay. Sweet. Heroku. Show them the light. We're trying our best. Vias is saying weird. I was able to deploy an Express app with now/node server. The thing is, we're not getting any better errors, so it's kind of hard to debug. It just says like it can't find that module. Yes, we're abandoning now for Heroku, just so we can get this done, and we can go to bed.
I'm gonna put my hoodie on.
Go for it. Yeah, and I'm gonna be streaming for like so many hours tomorrow. I need to just like go to bed immediately after this. Updating Homebrew. Hello, Niles. I am here. We've been here for 4 hours and 46 minutes. Actually, let's see the Twitch bot uptime. Nice.
How long?
4 hours and 48 minutes.
Jeez.
Thanks for the follow, Niles. Welcome. Helba says, I'm in a good mood. I finally released my cache server I use on my website. Very cool.
Nice.
Congrats. Are we sure username and password was right? If it wasn't, we would have gotten a different error. We basically would have gotten a like unable to connect error versus the missing node module error that we were getting. Hello, Helba. Thanks for the follow. Jesus says, I need the light right now. That's so good. Okay, so you have Heroku installed. Do Heroku login. Very similar to now login. So he's going to do that. It's going to ask for his... oh, that actually opens the browser. Press any key to open the browser.
Where's the any key?
Jesus says, I worked 8 hours today, and I've been here for the longest tonight. Thanks for staying with us, Jesus. We appreciate you.
Yeah, man. This is some marathon.
It basically is. Yeah.
So I'm logged in, I think.
Sweet. Yeah. So you're logged in. Try doing Heroku add, and then the name of the app you created. Auth scratch. Yeah. Try it. Warning: add is not a Heroku command. No. Let's figure out what to do. Go back to no. Heroku help. Sure. We're gonna look at Heroku help. Heroku apps add. I don't know. Go to your Heroku dashboard to like the app that we just created. The one before that. Here, yes. Go to settings. Oh, and actually we see it right here. This is our Git URL. We're just gonna add that as a remote and then push to it, and it actually does the deploy. So copy that. Go back to the terminal. Do Git, and make your terminal above us so the people of the world can see it. There you go. Do Git remote add Heroku, and then paste that in. So that's going to add our Heroku remote.
Wait, that ran without me hitting anything?
We might be getting hacked.
No,
I don't
know. Nuh-uh, stop it. Get out of here.
Stop it.
You do that a lot. At school, I couldn't figure out my password and you said they're listening. A panic attack.
Yeah, sorry. Jesus, we're gonna do it. I have a good feeling about Heroku. It's gonna work.
Unless it's you that hacked me.
Helva says, yeah, my cache server is in Golang and lets you replace Memcached with it. It uses the same exact protocol as Memcached. Oh, very cool. Yeah, we looked into using Memcached at work for some very high traffic web servers. Press the any key. Yeah, what happens if you press the power button when it says to press the any key? It might work. I don't know.
I think it's my go-to.
Am I going to try now on tomorrow's stream? Probably not. So tomorrow we're building a Twitch bot, and a Twitch bot needs to be running all the time because it needs to receive events. And now is not good for that because it's serverless. We need a server that's always running. So we'll probably use like AWS Lightsail or EC2 or something like that. Thanks for the follow, Codephobia. Appreciate that. All right, so we added the Heroku remote. Let's add some environment variables. And so go to the Heroku settings page.
So we're to see if this is added, or can I just run it again?
Kill that. Do git remote -v. So show our remotes verbose. Yeah, it's there.
All right, cool.
You didn't get hacked. It's okay.
Right.
So if you go to reveal config vars, right there, this is where we add our environment variables. So this is similar how on now we were adding our secrets. Basically, we need to do the same thing here. So go to VS Code. We can look at our .env file to see what we need to add. Here. So we definitely need a token secret. So just copy the variable name. And then in the browser, throw in the key as token secret.
Oh.
Yeah, you got it. And then the value.
This is a different one.
But it's what this server is going to use. So put something cool in there.
Something cool or random?
Something cool and random.
All right.
We use Memcached at BlizzTrack to handle all our caching from the database and the pub subsystem. Upwards of 100,000 to 200,000 paid requests a day. Wow. Thank you, Jesus. Jesus believes in us. He's here, making it happen.
Yes, we need you.
That's a great password. And then the last thing is the database connection URL. So DB URL, we're going to add that in settings. You have that in your notes, I believe, right? Like the username and password.
Oh. This.
Yeah, and that needs to be combined with the.
Wait, that's from now.
That's from MongoDB. MongoDB Atlas.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. And so we need to use that username and password in the database connection string. Good morning, Pranjal. Welcome to the stream.
Wait, was that?
It should be in your command history for sure.
Oh boy, this one.
There it is. Yeah, copy that. And then DB URL goes there. Click add. Beautiful. Hide your config vars. Moment of truth. Let's try to push up. So,
whoa, this is way easier now.
Hopefully. What was it different before? What do you mean?
It was all command line, and you had no idea what was happening. I think I still have notes on our school computer.
I mean, you've always been able to do this. I mean, just depending on the curriculum, they taught like using the command line.
I prefer
to use.
Sick.
I prefer to use the Heroku UI. It's pretty. I mean, it's decent.
No kidding. This would have saved hours.
Okay. So let's try to deploy it. So basically, the way Heroku works is you push up to a Git remote, and that deploys the application. So if you pull up the terminal,
Okay.
And then just do Git status. Yeah, everything's good to go. So if we say git push Heroku master, that's going to push our code up to Heroku, effectively deploying it.
That's it?
Pretty much.
Man, that's pretty neat.
We'll try. Remember to use the port environment for Heroku. That's a good call. Thank you, Christian. If we look at the source code really quick, so look at your index.js. So in source, index.js, we are. Thank you for pointing that out. But basically, line 3, we're saying if there is a port variable in process.env, let's use that. Otherwise, we'll use 5000. So on Heroku, this is defined. So we should be good there. Cheddar says, I'm listening, but my brain don't work no more. Jesus says, I was the first message on the chat today, and I'll be the last one.
Yes.
Thanks for sticking with us. So in the terminal, it says it completed. Yeah, so try visiting the Heroku URL. Let's, wait. Moment of truth. That's good enough.
Tight.
So now I'll hide your screen, open up Postman, and try to do a login to that URL.
Okay. And how would we seed the admin before?
We can do that. We can do post deploy, I believe is an NPM script that Heroku looks at. And so we can say on post deploy seed admin.
Cool.
Yeah.
Login or
Sign up. All right. This is where we look at the Heroku logs, which might actually be a bit more helpful than so we can do that. I usually do that from the terminal. Technically, you could do it from the UI, but do Heroku logs. Cool. I'll show your screen. Make it like as wide as possible.
Okay.
But put it above us. And then do Heroku logs space dash T. Enter. So this is going to tail the logs. The request timed out in the post route for auth sign up. Cool. So I don't see any errors about like missing node modules or anything like that. So that's a good sign. So it started, it's up. Yeah, and at least I'm going to show the password you were creating. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Cool. So we're attempting to hit the auth/signup endpoint with this info. We have people out in the world trying to send messages. They might be, if they're watching right now. That's okay. So it did respond with an application error, but I'm curious why we're not seeing any logs in the Heroku console. So we see a post to auth/signup. If we look at the source code, auth controller. Actually, if we look at routes, so middlewares.validate user. It tries to validate the user, and actually, let's just see if we send an invalid user, like with a password like that. Does that work? Yeah, so we're getting past validation.
Cool.
That's good. If you look at the routes, find user. This could be where things are going wrong. Like it probably can't connect to the database. But I'm curious why we're not getting any errors logged for that. But let's look at our find user middleware. We don't have this in a try catch. So yes, let's put this in a try catch, and ultimately we should actually be. This is what's going to show us the error that hey, we can't connect to the database. Cool. So we'll try to do that. Otherwise, just do a res.status 500 and pass the error into next. Cool. So if there was an error finding the user in the database, we're going to do that. Okay, this is that scenario where technically we could actually throw the error right here, but we're not going to worry about that. So that tries to find the user, and then it tries to find a user here. Then it tries to do the sign up. And if we look at controller.signup, that is in a try catch. Okay, let's commit this code, and then we'll push up again. This potentially is the same error that was happening on now, but I don't know.
I never pushed this to GitHub.
Oh, that's fine. Basically, you could think of Heroku as it's a separate GitHub. It's a separate Git remote.
Okay.
So you don't have to push to GitHub as long as you're pushing to Heroku for deployment. So you committed it, now do git push Heroku master. And when you're working with Heroku, that's typically how it works. So anytime you need to redeploy, you commit your changes, and then you can attempt to redeploy them. No worries. What does code coverage mean in software development? It typically means the amount of code covered by tests. And usually that's calculated by seeing what lines of code are executed when your tests are run. And a lot of companies will say, like, we have 80% test coverage or 80% code coverage, meaning 80% of the code in their code base has some test that at least touches or calls that code. It's not like the be-all, end-all metric for testing, because you could have less code coverage but more meaningful tests. But typically it means that how much of the code is actually tested. Yeah, Joey is saying Amazon Lightsail doesn't provide HTTPS, just HTTP. Typically, you can put Lightsail behind a load balancer, or you can use Let's Encrypt, which is what I've done before to get a SSL certificate. One thing I recently learned in tech. I don't know. I'm tired. I don't want to answer that. What's the difference between returning an error and throwing an error? Throwing an error will result in like the error being caught by a try catch, whereas returning the error just returns the error to the thing that called it. Okay, so it deployed?
It deployed, and then I tried to post again. Hung for a while, so I threw up the Roku
logs.
Mm-hmm.
We're not seeing anything more?
To be honest, I'm still trying to parse through this.
I'm curious if it restarted.
If which restarted?
This deployed version 7. Are you okay with your email being shown? I mean, it's too late now, but
yeah, it's cool.
Okay. Yeah, restarting. This was at 4:40. What time is it? Yeah, so this was when you just pushed up, but the app did restart. Okay. You know what? It could actually be the database connection, and our connection string could be totally wrong. Can you full screen that? On Heroku, let's attempt to add... I think on Heroku, you actually can add a MongoDB. Yeah, go here. Scroll up. Click on Resources. Under Add-ons, search for Mongo. Right there, yeah. imlab. There you go. imlab is a lot easier to use than Compass. Provision. Sick.
Tight.
Okay, click on it. It's going to be a very similar process, but yeah, it's a lot easier to connect to. So here's what we'll do. We'll go into users. We'll create a database user just like we did before. So you can go ahead and do that. Yeah, and you can use the same username and password for sure. Thanks, Joey. We're trying. We're doing our best. I'm tired.
Yeah.
5 hours.
It's getting warmed up.
Sweet. So you have a database user. Oh, you know what? It actually generates a user for us already. We don't even have to do that. I totally forgot. Yeah, just delete it. Delete it. But now if you go to your application on the Heroku dashboard, you should see that it has a... so go to Settings, go to Reveal Config Vars, and that automatically adds the MongoDB URI.
Yep.
Dope, right? So copy that. So click on Edit. Click Edit to make sure you get the full value. Copy that, and put that under our DB URL. So like close that, edit, well, I'll go back, edit DB URL right here, and put that value in. Yes, save. Open up the Heroku logs. So we scroll, yeah, so we redeployed, it's restarting. This is it.
You promise?
No, but it's probably going to be a lot closer. I don't know. We'll see.
I feel like it's it too. Where's Jesus on this one?
He just sent a message. I bet if we all go to sleep now and come back to this in a few hours, we'll notice that there's something really simple that due to being tired, we were overseeing. Possibly. It might have actually been the same thing with deploying to now. You know what? If this works, we could deploy to now. We could take this database. We could take this database string that we got from MLab and use that on now instead and see if we get a different error. Thanks for the follow, Thirsty Pooch. I appreciate it. What MacBook do you have, Phil? I think it's the late 2015.
It sounds about right.
Click the Apple and do about this Mac.
Don't worry, it's not even mine. It's a work computer.
Oh, it's mid 2014. He has a 15-inch Retina mid 2014.
16 gigabytes of RAM.
There you go. Did you config Atlas to access from any IP? We did. Yeah, we set that up. It may be that our connection string was wrong. I don't know. I will attempt to answer your question, Pranjal, after we see this work. Okay, so try to send a login request. Or a sign-up request.
No!
It worked!
Tight!
Okay, so we were able to sign up as a user. Let's actually do this. So go to Chrome and let's search for Heroku post deploy script. Yeah, try that first one. Let's see. Package JSON. I feel like it's a thing, like you can actually add a script in your package.json that says post-deploy. And that command will run anytime your app is deployed.
Cool.
And for the reason we would want to do that is so that we can seed our admin user if it doesn't exist. Engines, build behavior, Heroku post build. That's the one we want.
Nice.
Or is it post build? This command runs afterwards. There's pre-install, post-install. I think that's the one we want. Post build. So let's do this. Go into our package.json. And we're going to add a script below test. We're going to call it, yep, that's the one. And then the value will just be npm run seed : admin. Cool. And if we take a look at the create admin user file in source tasks, create admin user. So that does the .env thing. It requires the DB connection. So this should connect to the same database, attempt to find an admin user, and if the one doesn't exist, it will create it. Cool.
Cool.
Let's try it. So save this, commit it, push it. Thanks, Jesus. Jesus is still with us.
Yes.
I had faith in you guys. Thank you. Thanks for tuning in, Patrick. We'll see you later.
Get hero.
You have to commit first, too. Thanks, John, who's saying, see github.com/site/nowbuilders issues number 76.
Nice.
Yeah, I think it's the thing. It's like they had that automatic node server builder, which I was using for Express apps, but now I think they're kind of just forcing everyone to not use Express anymore and use the route handler method way. But let's see. Is it like a closed issue? Let's do that. And then we'll do 76.
Created this issue for us?
Oh, no, it's an old issue.
Oh.
Where they're talking about how they don't, why they don't recommend Express.
Gotcha.
It is a pretty old old issue, though. If you only have one Lambda, you're not using serverless. Yeah. And I think that's the thing. Like whenever you use the node server builder, it essentially turned your entire Express application into a single Lambda. So any request that came into the app, it would spin up the whole Express app. Express would do its routing to figure out which route handler to call, and then you would get the response, and then the app goes down because it is serverless. And the builder, I believe, used to handle doing that. But ultimately, the idea of serverless is to have like small, like independent request handlers. So technically, I guess if you want to use Now, you probably should design your app that way from the beginning instead of using something like Express. I don't know. Cheddar says, I'm still a Heroku guy because it seems easiest to me. Now is super easy, but I don't like having to pass your environment variables each deploy. Is there a way around that? Yes. So I'll show the Now config we started to create. Basically, this configuration file describes like what's the builds. You know what? I think we're gonna try deploying this again, but with our new database because it might actually work. But in terms of environment variables, you can define them here. Their values are secrets that we added before, and now every time we deploy, it uses these environment variables. So that's nice. You don't have to define them every time.
So I tried logging in with the admin, and I'm getting an error on one of the controllers.
Did you you push back up?
Yep, pushed to Heroku master.
Okay.
Pretty sure I.
Yep.
Committed, pushed Heroku master.
All right, let's tell the logs and then see what happens when you try to log in as admin. Are you gonna show your It doesn't matter. Show your
Doesn't
password.
matter.
Let's bring the app down.
Whatever. Yeah. It's. I mean, I could change that easily too. Try to sign in as admin.
That might be the wrong password. So go to your Heroku dashboard. And then go to reveal config vars. That's the admin password. That thing. Yeah. Copy that.
Okay.
Because whenever the seed runs, it reads from the environment variable default admin password. And so if the seed ran, it would have used that value.
But I thought it was getting set here. The
.env is only local. So think of your .env as like the secrets page on the Heroku on the Heroku dashboard. So like .env is a file we use locally to define our environment variables, but when it's deployed on Heroku, you're defining them in the dashboard, which ultimately sets them on the container that it gets deployed in.
In the old cloud, huh?
Yes, sir. So yeah, try that password. See what happens. Aw, shoot.
Boy! Shoot, doggy.
Okay, so now that you're logged in, we're going to show a screen in a second. So you're logged in as admin. Copy the token.
Okay.
And you should be able, just the token value, and we should be able to list the users in the system.
There should be...
There should be one, because you created that one earlier.
Yeah.
We're in Postman, we're gonna use this token. Okay. So we have the value. Open a new tab, and we're gonna so let's do a get on /API/v1/users, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll show you screen really quick. By default, if we send this request, just click send. We should get unauthorized. We do. Now we're gonna add the authorization header, which is the token that we just got by logging in as the admin user. So I guess you didn't copy it, but the value is going to be bearer space and then the token value. Yes, Cheddar, but if you're still awake in the next 10 minutes, we're going to deploy to now, and it's going to work. It's going to be great. And then eventually we'll figure out the issue with connecting to MongoDB Atlas. Let's try listing users.
Should we show them?
Well, I'll show it if it shows up.
Uh-oh. Bearer.
Bearer? That sounds right. Oh, authorization is the name of the key. Yeah, I can show your screen. Send. Those are the users in our system! We did it! We're on the internet! Cool.
Sick.
Great job, everyone.
Sicky nar.
Nar, dude.
Oh, man.
I'm pretty tired.
Yeah.
But let's deploy to now. So here's what we gotta do. Kill that. I'll hide your screen for a second. Do now secrets remove or RM. Is it RM or remove? I think it's RM. And then put the name of that DB connection string. Go to the now config in VS Code. That value.
This one.
Yes. So now secrets RM, that one. Cool. Yes, beautiful. Now do now secrets add.
That big one, huh?
Oh no. This is the one that we're gonna get it from Heroku.
Now secrets add.
Christian says, "I can sleep happy now." I am so glad.
Me too.
Thumbs up from Mayur. Here, reveal config vars, copy our mlab db URL. So yeah, if you click, I think you'll need to click edit to make sure you get the full value.
Someone's hacked it again.
I think just click once. And then in the terminal, call it auth scratch db. And paste the value in. Hit enter. Beautiful. Clear that. Awesome. So I'll show your screen now. So now, we have updated, so if we'll look at this, so we updated the auth scratch db secret on now to be this mlab database URL that we created on Heroku, because mlab is apparently a lot easier to work with. So we set that there. And now we're going to attempt to deploy with now again, using these environment variables, and maybe it'll work. So let's give her a try. So just do now, hit enter.
Gonna put these fingers on ice tonight.
And type in a whole lot, huh?
Here we go, yo.
Yeah, let's try it.
Oh.
The full password, the full
Yeah.
things weren't showing. Yeah, so if we go there, we should see beautiful. Try to go to just right now. Yeah, do it in here. We're just replace the Heroku URL with that now URL.
Same token, because
It should break. It should say unauthorized because the token is bad. Cool. But now try logging in as the admin user. So yeah, we're gonna do a post request to auth/login. I would get rid of the authorization header, change the method to post, and then change the body to be the user we're logging in with. So choose raw, and then yeah, create your old JSON object.
Oh man, I messed that up.
It's okay. Actually, we should let's try signing up. So auth/sign up.
Okay.
Wait, no, we're using the same database, so never mind. Sorry, I thought it would be a totally new database.
Well, did we still have to seed the admin user for?
No, because it's the same database.
Oh, yeah,
that admin user already exists. So username admin. This is actually going to be. Oh no, it should be the same thing because yeah, you grab the value that you have on no.
From Heroku?
Yes. Mm-hmm. It worked. It worked.
Shoot.
It worked on. So now was actually perfectly fine. The issue with now was it wasn't an issue with now. It was an issue with our database. It was an issue with MongoDB Atlas. So yeah, now if we try to list users.
Auth/users.
Well, it's just /API/v1/users. Yep. And just try get. You should get an unauthorized. But now if you specify your token, hide your screen for a second. Go. And then the value is the token. Send. Wowie, we did it! Oh, we did it! Woogie. That's 5 hours and 20 minutes of coding with only a 10-minute break in between.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. I don't know. Should we be proud of ourselves or should we be taking more breaks? We got people falling asleep, but they stuck around. John is saying, suggested episode, refactor to real serverless on now. That would be fun.
What did we just do? A fake one?
Yeah, basically, because the build pack that we're using, this right here, this thing called node server, what that does is it starts at the index.js and builds one big serverless function. So if you remember in the docs that we were finding, yeah, let's find it. No.
With the mini module exports?
Yeah, exactly. So one little function that says that's a request handler, reqres and next. Yep. So one little function, it basically takes our entire Express app, puts it into one little function, and then on the incoming request, Express figures out which of the request handlers inside of it should be called.
Wow.
Yeah, so this builder is doing that for us. Whereas if we were to design it and build it with serverless in mind from the beginning, all of our routes, which we have here as controller.signup, I mean, technically we still could do middleware type things. But basically, controller.signup would be one little serverless function, and controller.login would be one little serverless function.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's a good suggestion. Appreciate that.
Cool.
Thanks, Christian. Have a wonderful night. Jesus says amazing. Jesus is still with us. Thanks, Jesus. John is mentioning guide Google migrate to Zeet now. Yeah, that probably talks about breaking up your apps into small little serverless functions. Yeah, so, and basically what we have built is known as a monolith, because we have one big Express app with all of our routes inside of it. Yeah, technically what we could, like, the code could all still exist in the same repo, but each file exports a request handler, and then it could be used that way. Last stretch of the night.
Is it still just one deployment?
Yeah, because the way the now config works is you can configure it to say all the files in this given folder should be their own route. So yeah. Cool. All right, Pranjal is asking, any tips on writing clean and elegant code with JavaScript? Use a linter. I was told to read this book called Clean Code back when I was a junior dev. This book it's not specific to C#. All of the examples in the book are C#, which is the language that I was using back then. But all of the underlying concepts and things that Uncle Bob talks about are absolutely applicable to most programming languages. So I really recommend this book. I think somebody created like a clean code JavaScript thing. Yeah. 26,000 stars. This is the one. So they just have various suggestions, and they show examples of like bad, good. So like use meaningful and pronounceable variable names instead of like YYYMMDS str. A good variable name is current date. And so clean code talks a lot about like naming your variables and functions well. So this this repo is pretty sweet. It's already 11 o'clock. I need to go to bed and rest my voice because I'm going to be streaming all day tomorrow. So check that out. Yeah. Waleed says, this was super confusing for me. I definitely need to watch it again. If it was confusing, that's totally okay. Like,
don't get hung up on trying to figure everything out, though, also, because that'll drive you crazy. For me, repetition really helps solidify everything after a long time.
Yeah, like, as a beginner, there's just so much going on that it can be hard to...
It's too much.
Too much to know, like, what every little thing is doing. So, a little bit at a time. Like, if your code is at least working, it's good. And then you can gradually start to understand the different parts and pieces of it. Yeah. Cool. We did it, Phil. This was a long one. I apologize for keeping here so long, but...
Hey, I could leave anytime I want.
That's true. That's true. He can literally walk out. I'm not holding him hostage. Cool. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Thanks, everyone that has stuck around for so long. Like I mentioned, tomorrow I am going to be streaming with the infamous Alka. If you've never heard of him, you probably have heard of him. So Alka is a mod on my channel. He's been a mod on the Coding Train channel for a while if you're from in the YouTube world, but Alka is also a mod of like thousands of channels on Twitch. He streams on Twitch. He has a bot called AlkaBot, which is a bot for hundreds of channels. Actually, like if we look at his description, I think it mentions how many different channels it's a bot for. Go away. How do I get AlkaBot? Oh, there's only 20. It's not hundreds. There are 28 different streamers using AlkaBot. But the cool thing about it is it's a distributed bot because all of these different channels are using one instance of the AlkaBot. But the AlkaBot can manage follows and different things between all of them. So it's super sweet. And we're going to attempt to build a very similar bot on the stream tomorrow. We're going to stream for a very long time. Probably take a lot of breaks, answer a lot of questions, but tune in tomorrow. Great to be with you. Be right back. Keep it up. Thank you so much, Jesus. Thanks for sticking with us. He was cheering us on. Yeah, I think we got it done because of Jesus.
I think so. Thanks,
so,
dude.
All the code we wrote, we're going to push it up to GitHub. Check the description on YouTube. The links will be there. Thanks, everyone, for watching. If you followed, I very, very much appreciate you. If you stick around, After the outro music, there is some credits. We'll see all the people that followed during the stream. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.